My name is Jonas Klevhag. Welcome to the first annual HealthTech Nordic Conference and Investor Forum. And it is 2019, but it is also the first annual. I think I can say yes, very good. So a warm welcome to you all. It's amazing to finally see what critical mass means for yourself. I've been listening to Marianne talk about critical mass for health tech in the Nordics for the last 10 years. And finally, we see everything condensed into this room. So you can just look around yourself and look at the critical mass you are. How does that feel? Woo! Good, right? Don't feel heavy. It's just, I mean, well, whatever. Good to see that some of you even dressed up for the occasion. Not all of you, but some of you. It's okay. It's okay. We'll keep it quiet and formal. And we're here for a long day. 2 parallel tracks, and you've probably seen the agenda. There's been last-minute adjustments to the agenda, but in general, it's accurate, I would say. For those of you who are fond of internet, there's a Wi-Fi in the building called Tag or Tag++. You can choose whichever, and the password is Tag CPH 1888, and you should all be able to access internet. Use the hashtag HealthTech Nordic if you want to tweet or Instagram or whatever on the internet regarding the conference. But please do make sure that people know that you're here and part of the critical mass. My name is Jonas Klevhag. I'll be your host for this part of the day. Normally I work as a moderator, of course, and facilitator, and in other parts of my work I facilitate and help collaborations come to life around sustainability issues, complex sustainability issues, some of which are within healthcare. Not all. And frankly, when I work with healthcare, I get a bit jealous of the people working with climate, or perhaps even computer science. That may not be a sustainability issue, but still, because in those areas, in climate and computer development, they have such great metrics. Don't you agree? I mean, in climate, everything can be attributed to tons of carbon dioxide, right? Everything can be turned into tons or kilos of carbon dioxide. So you could, how much you reduce or how much you capture, everything in climate can be translated into carbon dioxide. One golden metric, everyone knows what it means. In computer science or computer development, everything is about floating point operations per second, flops, as we all know. We may not all know it, but when anyone says that Moore's law says that every 18 months the teraflops of computer development doubles. So computer efficiency and speed double. So everything can be related to teraflops or gigaflops or flops. I think it's a beautiful term, by the way. In healthcare, however, how do we measure health? How do we measure healthcare development? That's not so easy, actually. There are many metrics, and I did do some research, and I found, there's a few actually, quite common ones. One I was surprised to see, which fits this occasion quite well, is the GDHI. Anyone heard of it? The Global Digital Healthcare Index. And it's fairly fresh. Only 7 countries out of 23 countries in the world have so far mapped themselves in this index. None of them are Nordic, by the way, but this is sort of an initiative by some American, some Asian players. And whatever it's worth, it's there. And it sort of maps a country in what phase they are on digital healthcare. I came up with, and of course I found a number of hospital readmissions as a metric for some development. That's quite common to say that we've reduced number of admissions to hospitals. Then life quality, of course, quite difficult to measure perhaps. And then I came up with some of my own, because if you think of it, healthcare is really about not getting ill. If you ask patients, what they really want is not perhaps treatment, but rather not get ill. So then, of course, understand what symptoms are actually about. If I discover a symptom, is it a 3-day no bother incident, or is it a 3-month left to live catastrophe? So that is what I would like to actually know as fast as possible. So symptom satisfactorily explained to patient. That's the SSEP. I made that up myself. The UWCFS, the unnecessary worries about current or future symptoms. So if we can minimize the unnecessary worries about current or future symptoms, that would be a good idea. That would be a good metric, right? Difficult to measure. But still, health worries in general, individual health worries. I quite like this one here. The trust in a healthy tomorrow. If we could ask each and every one of the patients that we treat and aggregate that and know within our target group what is their trust in their healthy tomorrow, that would be quite a close metric to what we actually want to achieve, wouldn't it? But those things are difficult to measure, and perhaps none of these are actually really useful or realistic. So what I would like you to do during the day, if we could make it our quest today to see if we can find the golden metric, the teraflops, the tons of carbon dioxide for healthcare development, that would be a fantastic task, I think. You do that by contributing, you log on to menti.com, you use this code, 250493, and then you'll come to this question. Let's see if we can, oh yes. What are good metrics or quantities to measure healthcare development by? Okay, can that be our quest for the day? Are you with me? Do you understand the question?
Yes.
Good. So, lifespan, excellent. Thank you. So we're already seeing some development here and good progress. Without further ado, so while we find this metric, we have a lot of inspirational talks, a lot of insights, a lot of experiences, and a lot of investors and startups matching up during the day. So without further ado, I would like to introduce to you the one and only Director of HealthTech Nordic, Marianne Larsson, for the first address. A warm hand. Roll the movie.
So it's the first time it's ever shown.
Is a sick place. In spite of its beauty, millions of humans suffer, many of them unnecessarily, even amongst your friends and family. And the healthcare industry still relies heavily on outdated and inefficient modes of working. However, in the Nordic region, world leading in health tech, entrepreneurs and startups are working towards a paradigm shift. Many of these are part of HealthTech Nordic, a community accelerating the growth of startups as well as uniting pioneers to create better health worldwide. HealthTech Nordic isn't about the future. It's about the hundreds of startups acting here and now, about the hundreds of worldwide solutions already in use. It's also about those in development, with innovations far beyond what many thought previously possible. Healthcare isn't always about finding treatment. It's also about the ability to distribute them, or even preventing the need for them altogether. With digital tools and solutions, the existing healthcare capacity can increase dramatically, not only saving lives, but also leading to a better quality of life, with more possibilities and less dependency. The world is a sick place. However, through providing new and better ways of giving and receiving healthcare, the companies within HealthTech Nordic are at the forefront of a paradigm shift. We already have the digital tools and solutions to empower you as an individual, as a patient, or as a healthcare provider. Together, we can change how we view healthcare. Together, we can change how the world cares.
Hey.
So that was nice? That was the launch of that movie. Yeah. Our final product in HealthTech Nordic this 3-year era. So, I'm pointed here. I'm going to start just a brief example of what is HealthTech. Yeah, got it there. So it's about empowering individuals. Could be professionals, could be patients, family, etc. And these are a few examples of the products in HealthTech Nordic that actually empower individuals to make them living a better life, learning more with machine learning in their own product or in their own measurements. And for professionals to sort thousands of patients into those that actually need them and prevent accelerating conditions in chronic care, for instance. Sofia here is leading a clinical study at Skåne University Hospital. Please wave your hand. Where they've already proven that the combination of tools for the individual and with tools for the profession reduces hospitalization by 50% in heart failure. If that could be applied on all chronic diseases, imagine what resources we could use to really make access to healthcare when we need it. So 50% reduction in hospitalization. Where do I point this? There. I'm trying. There we go. So we got 274 companies organized, represented in HealthTech Nordic into disabilities, chronics, professionals, everyday healthcare, rehab, mental health, children and family, and healthy aging. 274, I'll go closer to this one, 274, half of them, more than half of them are already on the market selling. So when you think startups, don't think only people that sit at home and develop things. These guys don't do that. They're out there in the marketplace, they're selling, they have operations that work. 30% of them are actually already expanding and are on the international markets. That is amazing, I think. And they're actually active. This is figures from 2018. This is where they're selling. So on all continents. But this year, we count, they touch the lives of 3.5 million people across the globe. And they've grown by 750 people, employees, back home, which is important to us because we need taxpayer money into our own welfare system. Okay? So, you're all pioneers. Everyone attending here today are pioneers. We join our forces together. There's nothing we can't answer in this room by cooperating. This is a fantastic ecosystem where the startups and the entrepreneurs are at the core of HealthTech Nordic. But not only the startups and the entrepreneurs. The investors are venturing, you're quite few still, venturing into this new business. The partners of HealthTech Nordic, like everyone, where are you? Cobiz, Norway HealthTech, Invest in Skåne, Innovation Skåne, HealthTech, Copenhagen HealthTech Cluster, Sahlgrenska Science Park. All of us have jointly started something that hasn't been tried out before. And smile, of course. Sorry, smiles. Sorry, can I see your smiles down there? Yeah, they're waving. Many people, all pioneers. The funders of this project are pioneers. Sofia there from LKS, she's been very courageous in trying to help us do things that hasn't been done before. Who am I forgetting? Profession. Doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, some of which have started companies, some of which are changing and courageous within the system, within the private healthcare, within the public healthcare. You're all pioneers. Maybe I've forgotten a group. Industry. The industrial pioneers are here. So the majority of people in the world are not here because they're not pioneers. Got it? Okay, but we're going onwards. But tonight we're going to celebrate these 3 years. Today we're going to think about onwards. And we're going to look at the world. We're going to look at the world from an opportunity perspective. We're going to hear about the world, different areas of the world in the Nordics, through the eyes of entrepreneurs, of industry, of healthcare professionals during the afternoon. And in parallel, we're going to have an investor forum. Because tomorrow, we're not going to stop here. In what form or shape the Nordic, the health techs from the Nordics are going to help millions of people in the Nordics and billions of people across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. That is, you can see where she's a source of story for this whole event and for this whole project. So, looking forward to learning more about what the whole project has achieved during these first years. Our next speaker is, or presenter, is none other than the head of proceedings of the parallel track that will take place here and that excites hopefully so many of you here, both startups, but perhaps even more so the investors. And leading that track will be the none other than the man himself.
Here I am.
I see you dressed up a bit.
Yes.
So there's a bit of a festive.
Yes. I bought this this outfit 2 years ago in Japan by Japan. I haven't been wearing it since. So I thought today would be a good occasion to.
Quite a special occasion.
Yes.
Fredrik Lindqvist, Business Development Manager for HealthTech at Invest Skåne, and you will be leading the track in the basement of this building. Yeah. So for all those of you who have problems with your ears when you change altitude, you need to repressure when you come up here and back again, and go down there. Yes. It seems like you're dressed a bit. To me, it seems like there's money involved in the track.
Yeah, hopefully we will summarize this at the end of the day, and all the investors have promised high figures. So we'll see what happens.
I'll leave the floor to you and to introduce the investors.
Thank you. So first of all, very welcome to our 3 panel members. I think we need to get you equipped with the AV just for a couple of seconds, and then I will introduce you along the way. So I'm really happy that we've managed to gather a group of investors in the panel that have the Nordic perspective, but they also have the perspective from outside of the Nordics. We'll listen to Ignasi Heras from Nina Capital, but also from Patrik Sobocki and Ekaterina Gianelli from Inventure. So just bear with me a couple of seconds. How is everybody doing? Good?
Fine.
It's early morning. Everybody got their coffee? Yes. There will be a lot more coffee breaks and a lot more social time, so don't be afraid. I mean, it's a long day, but we'll have a lot of social activities going on. And I think you forgot to mention, Jonas, that in the end, we'll have some after work and drinks and food.
Did I really forget that?
Or did I?
I think I did. No, I think I did forget that. And how could I?
Because we need you to stay, right?
Yes. It's all about the time spent. Like on web pages, we need people to stay on and to mingle, and so there will be plenty of mingle time actually during the day. After this panel, there will be a half an hour mingle where everyone sorts out where they're going to be. There'll be a showroom of solutions. Not quite sure where that will be, in here or in the kitchen.
Yes, this one.
Okay, so out just across the staircase, and and you'll be able to watch some of the, and feel and try some of the solutions presented here today. I think you're done.
Yes, please, a warm welcome for our 3 panel members. Thank you. I thought that instead of me like Googling you and checking out your LinkedIn profiles, I would just like to have a quick intro from each of one of you, starting with Ekaterina.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ekaterina Gianelli. I'm with a Nordic early stage VC fund called Inventure. We are originally based out of Finland, and today have offices in Finland and Sweden. The current fund is the third fund, 120 million euro, so mostly doing tickets of between 500,000 to approximately 3-4 million initially. Health tech or digital health is one of the areas that we really like. We have done approximately 10 investments, I would say, in very different types of companies: consumer hardware, software, clinical software, a bit of everything. My background is from a startup myself, so I was previously working in sales and product, and before that in a digital consultancy.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Ignasi. I'm the principal of Mina Capital. So we are a venture capital firm placed in Barcelona. We have a European focus. We exclusively invest in health technology, and well, we invest in early stage. So that means we invest for around 300K as a first investment and up to 1 million per company. So we are a micro fund, and well, happy to be here, invited by you, Fredrik, and well, happy to do some exchanges of opinions today. Please.
So good morning, everybody, and third time in a row I'm here, and I'm so glad to see more and more people in this growing ecosystem in health tech. So thanks for the invitation. I've been in the health space my entire career. So I've been in startups, part of many of your pioneer journeys. I've been on the buyer side, buying health tech companies. I've been in the life science industry now since 6 years. I'm more in the ecosystem of buying and now investing in health tech startups. So I'm very curious to learn more about your ventures and also to learn more about the solutions that you're building. I'm part of the investment team of Industrifonden. We're one of the larger funds in the Nordics, and I think we were one of the first investing in health tech already 6-7 years ago. Health tech wasn't even coined. I think we spoke of healthcare companies or startups in healthcare. Data was around, maybe digital health, e-health were names that we dropped. So we have the hard way, I think, learned how this ecosystem has grown, how you can build out companies in this space. We are a $600 million fund, so we typically take Series A and onwards type of investments. We have a deep tech focus, so science-backed technologies generally is the space where we invest in. So healthcare and biotech obviously fits very well into that. So glad to be here and hope to see many of you today.
Thank you all. So we tend to talk about the Nordics as being world leading in health tech. I think we mentioned it in the movie, and I think a lot of people tend to say that. But I'm a bit curious. Why is it, do you think, that the Nordic countries have this edge within health tech innovation? Do you agree? And why is that?
I mean, I can start and I'll leave it to you guys. So we can maybe you have a completely different angle on this one, but I think, if you just look at the mere index of innovation, this very region of the Nordic countries represent the top of the top. So we are very good at innovating in smaller organizations and startups. And I think if you see now the generations of people floating into this space, there's immense of talent coming into the startup space, which is obviously for us as an investor, fantastic. Yeah. And then I think, healthcare and technology, we have a long history in this. So we have research, we have progressive healthcare systems, and we have technology, ICT primarily, with Nokia and Ericsson and all kinds of companies that actually, when you combine those two types of competencies, you really find intelligent solutions. And then on top of that, I would say we have worldwide outstanding data. And many of you are exploring AI, and you need to train your algorithms on top world-class data sets. And those reside here. So you have an exemplary region to train your algorithms and use health data.
Ignasi, what's your view on this? Coming from outside the Nordics? Yes.
Well, I just wanted to hear. I spent 1 year in Sweden, as always, and I'm staying here. So I maybe have more experience in the Southern Europe than in the Nordics. But what I realized yesterday, I had some meetings with interesting people all across Copenhagen and Skåne. And well, I realized some of that, what you mentioned, that there were like a huge industry here, from mobile, Ericsson, Sony, and so on, and also from automotive industry. So it was great to have these, really well-talented engineers, both in hardware and software. So this combined with, Denmark, that have this, profile of more like trading profiles since, many years from the history. I think that's a great combination and unique hotspot here in Europe that combines these super huge and super talented people in technical skills and also from the more the trading, I would say. Of course, these science parks with life sciences backed businesses. So I think this combination of very interesting ingredients makes this region something really unique, I would say. So well, I'm happy also to learn more about this and well, this May, yeah. So that is it.
Thank you. Ekaterina, do you agree?
Well, yes and no. I think, of course, our markets are super tiny, and this is our advantage and disadvantage at the same time. I think on the good side, of course, it's very easy to reach anyone. People have very high trust in each other, so it's very easy to get things going in the Nordics. If you want to get some pilot started, you usually know who to ask, and people are usually there to help you, right? But then at the same time, of course, the markets are tiny. They can serve as a test bed, but then it's impossible to scale here. So our startups need to go away as soon as they can. And of course, one issue with that is that many get very stuck here in the Nordics and then take ages to expand abroad. And of course, that's a bit of a disadvantage. So I would encourage everyone to start some activities outside of the Nordics as soon as you can. Then, of course, on the other hand, I think, well, our healthcare has always been great, but then we are maybe a lot less commercial than some other markets, so we typically look up to the US. And for our startups, of course, it's much easier to get into commercial projects there in the US than here in the Nordics.
Interesting. So we talk about the Nordics now, but which other hotspots around the world do you recognize that you think are almost up there or even beyond?
Exactly, so I maybe partly answer this question. So I think when we work with our startups, US is of course one of the key markets for them to track. The market is a lot more commercial. It's much easier to get scale there, so we usually encourage people to start addressing it as soon as possible.
Maybe I can add, next week I'm going to China, and it's interesting, we're always focusing on the US and then little brother Europe, but I see some amazing developments in China, and obviously, we have a bit of a mixed feeling about China sometimes, but definitely China, Hong Kong, Korea, Japan, these are markets where a lot of innovation is coming in our direction. Not only money, but also innovation in our direction. And that's a bit of a shifting paradigm.
And China wasn't part of the map where startups have started to sell yet within health technology. That's interesting as well. Ignasi, what do you say?
Well, no more comments on this. US also, it have been the biggest player, also with the new medical directive regulation. Also, it have more sense to start earlier to the FDA regulatory process. And also, I believe China, we have seen many good deal flow from there. We are not investing there, but we see there that there are not many copycats from last decade. Right now they are doing innovation, so and especially in AI related businesses. So totally agree. And there are other regions such as Israel. Last week I was in London, and there were many companies from Israel with really great innovations out there. Germany, Berlin, Munich, super hotspots. London, let's see how they are facing with the Brexit. So many companies are moving to, I don't know, to the Nordics, but many to the Brussels, Netherlands, and even some to Spain. So I think that there are some migrating some companies in order to have or to find more balanced government issues. So, well.
Right. So within our program, we often talk about the concept of speed. We think it's very important that the startups move fast, and we always highlight this. But it made me think, how important is the concept of speed and reaching milestones and stuff like that when you evaluate companies? Because they're at the same time they're acting in an environment that are sometimes incredibly slow. You have regulations and so on. So what do you focus on, like speed or gathering clinical data? And what's your view on this?
I can go ahead. Yeah, I think for us it's maybe not even speed, but more some kind of sense of urgency that teams understand what they are doing it and that the opportunity is now, and they don't delay things too much. So not necessarily speed as in breaking things, because of course healthcare is a very special area and you can't really have mistakes or have MVPs out there without proper testing or proper validation. So I wouldn't call it speed. But I think in our view, what's even more important is finding a way to somehow scale efficiently. So what we want startups to demonstrate is that they're able to find some niche or some group of customers that want their product, and then another or possibly the same group of customers or the same party who would pay for the product, and then that they're able to scale it in an efficient way. So what we really don't like is, for example, companies selling to service providers or hospitals one by one. It's a super slow and inefficient process. In contrast, we would encourage them to try to find some scalable networks that they can tap in.
Scalable networks.
I can add, I think for us, we're investing typically when proof of concept is done and you start to gain traction commercially. But I would say priorities. Any team we would see are trying to run as fast as possible. I would say some are not able to run fast enough because we are drip feeding a lot of startups in some of these countries and some of these regions. But with sufficient capital, I think teams run. But I think it's more about priorities. And for us, we really want to see rock solid, evidence and proof of your product. And I think this region represents a perfect hotspot for doing those type of experiments. And if you've done that and you've generated data and you have proof and you have your USP and you go elsewhere, you have much easier journey for your commercial traction. Then I absolutely agree with you. We also fancy go-to-market models where you don't need to drop hundreds or thousands of sales reps across geographies where you wanna internationalize, but rather leverage all the global organizations that exist in this ecosystem, for instance, or find other means of leveraging commercially.
I think maybe one problem is that in Europe there are actually very few of those. That's why we look into the US, because then when you start selling to one hospital, you suddenly have access to 50, and here we don't really have this network.
Absolutely.
But I usually provoke here and say, I don't see many US-based startups actually scaling outside of the US. We have Livongo and Klevhag. They're all very, very focused on the US as well. So I think generally we have the phenomenon of people are staying in the regions, let's say. And part of the advantage and disadvantage of this region is obviously you need to go out pretty quickly because these markets are too tiny. Whereas if you're a startup in Germany, you can actually stay there for quite some time and penetrate many of the regions in Germany until you actually face internationalization.
Well, from our side, I've been an entrepreneur 3 times. So I have co-founded 3 companies. So I was in the other side of the table, and I was totally obsessed about speed. So I squeezed my team in order to accomplish the milestones and so on. And after some time, I realized that it was, such important, to be, the speed. It was how to prioritize. So my colleagues also were saying this. So what are the next milestones that you have to achieve in order to fundraise the next round, and then the next round, and then the next round in order to fill, afterwards, and the success on market and so on. So, and I think that is the key thing here. I was obsessed with super large clinical trials. And then at the end, you just need to do step by step, small steps, small proof of concepts in order to fine-tune and freeze to the design of your device, your technology, your software, whatever, in order to then arrive to the right milestone that you want to achieve. Otherwise, it's like a bit of schizophrenia of different projects and opportunities all around the globe, and then you are not advancing. So I would recommend just prioritize just small objectives for the next round and just focus on and stick on this.
Yeah, and I think we touched upon the concept of scalability a little bit, but I'm a little bit curious what's your tips and tricks for to companies that want to scale, because they might their solutions might head for a global problem, but the solutions themselves are often like very local due to regulations and stuff like that. How do you scale a product like that? Because in the end, you need your first customers, and being a startup, you always adapt to the first customers. And being an investor, maybe you think that this is not a good idea. You want them to think bigger and scale. So what's your take on this? First customer versus scalability.
I mean, from my end, the blunt response to that question is obviously we want to find those category winners, and not all of them are. Yeah. So if you're a 10th telemedicine platform to the market, you will have face difficulties just getting domestic wins. So I think really being unique in the marketplace is one key factor for you to be able to scale and to be able to win globally. And then I think back to our discussion that we had here on how you start your go-to-market journey. I mean, to me, I've also been into startups. This is experimentation. I mean, it's pivoting. Healthcare is such a difficult place to jack into and find reimbursement pathways. And not to say least, finding business to consumer route, because then you have churn and all those challenges. So really being a listener and pivoting and experimenting, and that's my humble type of take on how you actually succeed of finding that pricing model, that go-to-market model that fits. And once again, if you can do that with leveraging global partners, at least you have the possibility earlier to reach other markets than your domestic market.
So piggybacking on global partners.
And having a unique solution.
Anyone else wants to tap into this?
Yeah, well, I will add not just how to scale up, also when to scale up. I think it's super important. The company have to be ready to scale up. Otherwise, because it will require a lot of resources. There's a totally different type of company. This usually company on deep tech comes from our research institute, so super science guys, super well skilled on project management, and then they are developing. They turn a company as a sales company, and they start to build the mess. So I think that there's a right moment on when the technology it's already enough matured to start the scale up. Of course, starting with your local environment and then move forward. But it's a tricky question, and it's not always there is like a case by case. It's not the same software plus hardware solutions. But I would say that take into consideration of it's great, it's cool to scale up, it's great to sail, but you have to take into consideration on when and if your team is ready to do this.
Yeah, well, I fully agree with what Patrik just said. And now I actually just came back from Israel, and I was thinking of how the ecosystem functions there, because of course their ecosystem is a lot more developed in terms of tech and digital health as well. And one thing that struck me maybe is that when entrepreneurs start businesses there, they start global from the very beginning. So they actually do live in planes between the US and Israel and start building the models or finding products that would work for both markets or many markets at the same time. Well, I think here in the Nordic, we still very often start, like you said, from local solutions. So in my view, that's maybe not the right approach as an approach.
Okay.
So I would consider, or I would suggest you to start from the global markets right away, rather than being stuck here and pivoting here.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting, but it's super difficult.
It's difficult.
I'm trying to figure out as an entrepreneur. It's like, oh yeah, you have like 5 guys. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's the right.
So if you are not ready for it, don't start.
That's true. I'm agree with you. Okay.
So I know that I think all of you have invested in sectors outside of health tech previously. Maybe not in Ignasi, you're only in health tech, right? Yeah. But either way, what do you say? What makes investing in health tech special compared to other verticals? What's the typical health tech? What do you look? I mean, if you compare vertical sides,
I mean,
the good sides and the bad sides.
yeah, I mean, to me, and we kind of like it, being a deep tech investor. I mean, it's a highly regulated market. You need, as an entrepreneur and as a solution that you're building, you need to like that. But we see that as an entry barrier. So if you build evidence, proof points, and you pass regulatory hurdles, then of course you have market access hurdles as well.
That's your first screening.
Yeah. So if you build out those milestones, you know, you've built out entry barriers. And in many other tech areas, you're just execution. You have a solid solution, absolutely, otherwise you can't.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a phenomenal team that just runs. And here you have some other type of milestones that you actually can work towards. It takes longer, definitely. And you need to have stamina both as an investor and as an entrepreneur. And maybe also, because the journey is, we've talked about scaling, I think you also have to have a humbleness in terms of how the team structure would look like. I mean, typically, traditionally in the US, we've seen founders taking companies from inception to IPO, 12, 15 years. I think in health tech, you have so many different waves with probably different types of competences that are required. From science basis to, you know, finding commercial traction to scaling, which is a completely different journey. And just from our portfolio, we have 2 companies where we accepted US management. And actually, the founders have partly stepped back and partly just being part of R&D, because that's a completely different skill set, and it's quite a tedious one when you want to sell into healthcare. You need to really find out the tricks, but because reimbursement paths are not always narrow, so you need to work with so many different pockets of them: insurers, employers, out-of-pocket, consumers. And then hopefully one day, maybe, if that solution meets health systems, jack into health system reimbursement.
Mm-hmm.
Ekaterina, I know you also invested in different verticals. What do you say about health tech? Is it very tricky, or do you wake up every morning and say, now I'm going to look into health tech startups today?
Yeah, no, of course it's a very special ecosystem and everything takes much longer than many other verticals. And I think one of the special things is that very often the user of your product is actually not the one paying for that, so that overcomplicates things a lot compared to other industries. So it's hard, it's slow, but then of course I think the potential impact and the potential upside would be huge. So I think still the work that you do is very meaningful, and that's why we actually very much like the space.
We all invest in health technology, so it's just by both, or before I was more late life sciences. I think the health tech, there are many great things, but there's the complexity of the analysis of one opportunity, because life sciences based businesses like a pharma or new drug is more like analysis on the science. Yeah. So spend a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, reading articles and meeting with interesting science back people. And in health tech, you have to think, to discuss with also the founders, with physicians, also with tech experts, with payers, with healthcare providers. So it's sort of because somebody will have to pay for this. So as Ekaterina was saying, so then I think that there is a mix of complex stakeholders that you have to validate all the assumptions, and that makes something like pretty unique compared with other industries in investment.
What about being part of something, the greater good? Solving health issues globally. Is that something that makes you, happy about investing in health tech? Having that, because I know that a lot of young people now, when they look for new jobs, they don't want to head for the gold watch and work at the same place for 10, 15, 20 years. They want a meaning in life, and I think that investors do as well. So is that something you consider, is this area extra interesting because of that?
I mean, for myself personally, I spent my entire career in health, and it's absolutely a purpose-driven aspect of passion of mine. But I think I'm very inspired by so many people coming from different backgrounds into this space and choosing that, this is a place where I can make a difference. And particularly when you can drive meaningful differences to patients or consumers. And really that, you can measure and monitor it. I mean, these are the tangible effects of interventions or solutions in healthcare. So for sure, me personally and us as a fund, we've been in healthcare, for 40 years since the inception of the fund. So this is we're not here only for the short term, but definitely to build out smart solutions in this region.
All right.
Yeah,
Anyone else wants to add anything?
I can only agree to
Yeah.
that. Of course, for us, it's also we really do appreciate the impact that you guys make, and I think we also see it nowadays that, for example, for our companies in digital health, it's much easier to recruit. I think a lot of people are trying to move into the area, like you said. So yeah, I think it's a very very interesting space to be.
So then I'm the only one that I'm here for the money.
Yeah.
No.
That's okay, Ignasi. Be honest.
I'm just kidding.
No, they're entrepreneurs as well.
Yeah. So my part of my family comes from the healthcare industry, so from hospital and practitioners. So I do believe that we are doing something great for the human beings, especially the entrepreneurs who are dedicating their lives to solve such a huge problem in healthcare and saving lives. So we are just, I think that we are here at our college, just supporting them to do this.
So, the Nordic healthcare scene is all about having equal healthcare available for everyone. How important is this for you to take into consideration when you might be investing in healthcare solutions that are challenging this, or that some people think are challenging this?
I mean, for all of you who read the legislation of healthcare in this region, you know that this is a crucial point. The single-payer system wants to give healthcare to the most needed ones. I don't think we look at investments from the particular lens that you need to solve equality, but I'm curious about solutions that actually can start to address that. I think solutions should be cost-effective. And the policymakers and decision makers need to navigate the policy and the reimbursement and payment and structural healthcare in order to shape equality and use technologies in a way that you can leverage healthcare and enhance nurses and doctors and what have you. But I'm curious about solutions that actually will address that, because obviously we see a huge disparity in equality. Maybe less so in this region, but definitely if we go elsewhere with private pay, healthy insurance-based markets, and particularly if you look east. So this is an aspect I'm curiously looking if there are solutions here. We will be willing to look into them.
Because we have a vision. The Swedish government had this vision for 2025 that will be world leading within digital health and also with an equal digital health access, so to say. So that's why I asked this question. It's kind of interesting. All right. So the elderly and the chronic ill, they account for 50% of the world's healthcare costs. So why are you not investing, I would say not all of your money, but most of your money into this field? Or are you already doing this? What's your take on this? Investing where the impact is the highest.
We are investing in this,
Yeah.
in a company monitoring patients in nursing houses and hospitals, and we have one of the verticals in the firm to invest in aging in it. So I think that it's super clear that it's one of the main areas to work in the next years. And I think what you are saying, you think that we are not putting enough efforts. I thought that we do. No,
Yeah.
there are some funds that even that are specialized just in aging.
Yeah.
So
I know that Patrik sometimes said that there are too many solutions within the companies, right? No?
Well, I think in our pre-conversation to this session, my comment was that there is a herd behavior.
Yeah.
Everybody rushes after, for instance, diabetes. So there are plenty full of solutions in diabetes. We just closed a new investment, an AI platform in neurology, actually aging disease, to start driving earlier diagnostics and prevention in Alzheimer's disease, for instance. That's an area where now life science companies are coming back, and even investors are coming back into neuroscience investments. But it's being basically zero output. I myself spent some time at R&D in AstraZeneca, one of the sites in Södertälje doing R&D in CNS. super difficult to get new drugs out.
Yeah.
But so we look for unmet needs. I would say that's our lens. Where are unmet needs? And where can paradigm-shifting technologies, which we want to invest in, actually make a meaningful difference? And there is now, for instance, research. We know in the area of cardiovascular disease that you can prevent stuff, right? There is now iterative research showing that in Alzheimer's disease and early stages of dementia, we can actually intervene with prevention. We can do stuff that actually prevents the MCI development, cognitive deterioration in disease. So, of course, we want to be, plugging technologies that can drive that era forward.
So we do more or less the same. We usually approach it from a big societal trends perspective, and then of course elderly care is definitely one of the areas of interest. But then there are many others. We are equally interested, for example, in loneliness and mental health. Again, a massive concern at the moment. Fertility is another big concern. So there are many different areas that are equally important in our view.
So I once took part of a discussion between a startup and an investor, and the investor asked more or less, okay, that's an interesting solution you have, but where is the AI? Do you have an AI component to this? I was like, no, not yet, but we're thinking of this. Okay, no AI, no money. So radical innovation with a heavy tech-heavy part versus incremental innovation. Where do you put your money? Do you care about how technologically heavy, tech-heavy the product is? What's your
Yeah, I can start. So we are of course technology investors, so technology plays an important role there, definitely. And then of course I think that if you're able to find some data streams that haven't been used before, that's a great advantage for you as a startup. But then of course how you work with the data, how is your AI built, or what's the machine learning algorithms you have, that doesn't really matter that much as long as it works.
Yeah, right. In our case, we just invest in disruptive innovation, mainly because, we know that the healthcare practitioners are reluctant to changes, so there is like an incremental benefit on their practice. It's something that they are not going to change their current practice. So that's why we do like to invest in such a tax or whatever increase of efficiency or better performance or better clinical outcomes. And in terms of AI, I think that I'm coming maybe of my background more in medtech. So right now there is less pure medtech devices. So pure medical device, just hardware. There are less cases on that scene. So there's more like health tech, so hardware plus software. Even in vitro diagnostics, that there is like a solid industry out there for many years. Right now it's difficult to find a pure in vitro diagnostics without AI related or some software on top of it in order to improve or to arrive to what some diseases or to solve some technical problems that in the last years they couldn't solve it without AI. So yeah.
Thank you. I have two more questions and then we'll head for another break. So I was curious to find out, within HealthTech Nordic we often talk about the paradigm shift. We go from a cure-based approach to a preventive approach, right? And we know this is the solution, this is how we will save money to prevent people from getting ill. So everybody knows this, but why is it difficult, do you think, to invest in preventive healthcare solutions? Or is it a problem?
Well, I think it's not the problem for an investor, it's the problem that everybody has around prevention. There is very little money going into prevention, bottom line.
But you're investing in the future, so...
Absolutely, but healthcare systems are driven by budgets year by year, or even in shorter sight. So I think, I've been working with health technology and access to health technologies within and through health systems. There needs to be a complete change in how you look upon benefits from health technologies of this type that we're discussing today. We wouldn't have statins or these type of drugs in the market if the health systems actually started to look upon what are the longer term benefits. So there's that AMI that may happen in 10 years, but we're preventing that now by using statins. And I think exactly the same needs to happen in health tech. It's just that we don't have the payer and reimbursement landscaping for that. But that will evolve over the coming years, so stay tuned and work on it, because you will need to do that. Because that needs to change. These solutions will, beyond pill type of solutions, will be part of the healthcare solution, generally. And there are already digital therapeutics that actually are pill-like, in CNS, for instance, Akili Health, and there are a number of FDA-approved, prescribed apps that actually help patients. So they have found a way, and they have mimicked the way of how a drug is taken to market. And I'm not sure necessarily that's the solution for all health tech products, but this change needs to happen. And I think we're all part of that, pushing that.
But again, also temporary over the time being. I think if you're working on preventive health, it's maybe a lot easier to monetize, either going to consumers directly or then addressing corporates or businesses or finding some other payer than service providers. And we've been investing actually in quite many preventive solutions already, and they do monetize.
Okay.
Well, more or less the same as my colleagues are saying. For us, what we find difficult is that doctors to prescribe this kind of solutions. So that makes for us difficult to analyze an opportunity there if the doctor will not prescribe this kind of technologies. Because let's make an example. There is a 65 years old man who will go to the doctor and receive 7 different preventive solutions. They are going to come back home with 5 wearables and 5 different apps, and it's going to be like super expensive, difficult to handle, because they have to spend like 50 euros per each solution. It's going to be unaffordable. So we're not investing in B2C models, so that's why we didn't enter in that market, but we're happy to discuss further in the future. Yeah.
Great. I mean, we've reached the final question and we're running out of time, which is good. Thank you for this discussion. But I just want to ask you to look into the future. What's next within HealthTech? What's the upcoming hot topics for the next 1 or 2 years, Stevie? Just briefly, it's 30 seconds each.
So I think that if there is one disease area where I think there will be an explosion of innovation, I think it's the neurological and psychiatric disorder areas. Because it's so difficult to get new drugs onto the market, I think this space has such a meaningful room for that. I also think that we will see a number of transformative technologies to change care models. And I think we've already seen that in a number of areas. And changing care models and healthcare is obviously a tough thing. It takes time. You need to change people's mindsets. But these are, I think, the real gains and efficiencies in health systems. And then I think, really, I see a lot of innovation happening actually in opening up out-of-pocket resource for consumers. So I think we will find new paths actually for B2C type of opportunities. In the US, they're exploring on these type of solutions, and also I think that will come here. Now, the topic on equality is a big one for single-payer countries. How do we address that? But that's...
Thank you. Need to just move on, Ignasi.
Maybe I think overall I've been, for several years already, the thesis has been more or less the same. So we are looking for precision medicine type of solutions, so using my data, using everything you can about me to provide you with a more personal service. And then if I need to name several areas, I would probably still go with the same one. So mental health is one big topic I'm looking after. Loneliness, anything related to loneliness and health, and then fertility is another.
Male fertility as well.
That as well. Yeah, you probably saw one of the latest investments. Yes, exactly.
Well, I agree with them. I'd also I would mention some technologies such as surgical robotics. Next year, the new Google plus J&J surgical robot will be launched with no more a monopoly of the Da Vinci robot. So I think that many other technologies that will support this new robotics scene will appear, and also we are really interested with personalized medicine. I think that right now there is this intersection. We can not be, there is an intersection between health tech life sciences, so biotech and pharma, plus medical devices, it cannot be isolated. So this intersection between bio and digital and hardware, I think that it's for next round it's going to be super interesting to follow up. And of course, how to reduce costs in healthcare and interoperability and how to gain efficiency in all healthcare systems.
Thank you very much, all of you, Patrik, Patrik, Ignasi, and Ekaterina. Thank you all for listening, and give them all a warm applause.
Thank you, Fredrik, for this insightful discussion. I really love being around people who are in a good spending and investment mood. Whether it's my kids looking for Saturday candy or if it's investors looking for startups. But it's just, the possibilities are endless. And so they are, because now we're heading for the first break, a mingle break, which will take place until roughly 10:30. During this break, the ones that are scheduled for the investor forum, you will head down and you will follow Fredrik.
They have dots somewhere.
You know who you are.
Yeah.
You have dots.
Yeah.
Oh, the golden dots.
Oh yeah, and no, they have a green.
Oh, the green dots.
No.
The green dots. You know who you are. You will try to make your way downstairs and follow the sound of Fredrik or the beautiful jacket, Japanese jacket, once again in use. Follow that, any leads downstairs to that. And I would like to give you just, so when you mingle now, just one little tip or assignment actually, to help you just get something out of it, and we'll see how well you do afterwards. If you can find someone during the mingle who is willing to retell your story, so you're telling a story usually, you have a story. If someone says, oh, that's a good one, I'll be retelling that at the next dinner party, then you succeeded. We'll follow up afterwards, at least here, perhaps not in the investor forum, but we'll follow up here. So make sure you just check that person you're speaking with, if they're willing to tell your story to the next person. That's it for now. Break, coffee, more fruit, and back here at 10:30.
Good morning, guys.
Did anyone actually find someone? Did anyone during this mingle find someone to retell their story? Hands up. Yes, yes. You over here? Yes. Did you promise to retell each other's stories? Not yet. Not ready yet. But I think that's encouraging, though. You've spent your time well, and although we pulled over time a bit, you did pick up speed quite quickly on the mingle side. And hopefully those of you who are supposed to be down at the investor track are safely downstairs now across the room. Anyone who has a green dot that shouldn't be here, just hurry up to get downstairs and join Fredrik in the investor track. Right, so we've actually managed to get some metrics here. Hang on. Yes, we are here, and some suggested metrics. Oh, look at that. So, lifespan of people never dying, non-sick people, sick days are good examples of metrics, suggestions. Health education, number of days in bed, overall, oh, this one I like. Overall obesity percentage score, the OOPS metric. And then finally here, we actually have a real metric, the MedTech 20. It's copyrighted even. A standardized tool to measure patients' benefits of MedTech over HealthTech products qualitatively and quantitatively. Oh, look up the website. This one I like as well. Value, as we all know, customer value is always benefit over cost, which means health outcomes that matter to patients over costs of delivering the outcomes. Well done, you. Well, I'm sure we will get there in the end, by the end of the day. Hang on. And it's not showroom with fika. Now it's time for the investor, no, not the possibilities for the public sector healthcare. And I've invited, or I've been asked to welcome this prosperous, this formidable panel of people representing endless possibilities. We have Endre Sandvik from Oslo Kommun. We have Sofia Gerward, cardiologist and also team leader at Innovation Skåne. We have Agneta Granström, the former nurse and former politician of region Norrbotten, in the northernmost region in Sweden. And finally, but not least, Fredrik Koffner, the CEO and founder of Cuviva. You all have stories to share on this topic, the possibilities for public sector healthcare, that we will look into shortly. But everyone agrees, I think, that change is needed and we need more speed and things aren't happening fast enough. So we've been previously digging quite heavily into finding the problem, or finding the bottlenecks. Today, however, we will rather indulge in the possibilities and the good examples and how they might inspire us to do more. And we've chosen to focus on remote monitoring of elderly and chronically ill. So that's a sort of a theme in your case examples. Starting with you, Endre. You have a few good examples from Oslo Kommun. Could you tell us briefly about what you have found and what experiences you've made?
Yes, my background is that I've been a physician in Oslo for many years, and I ended up as a bureaucrat and Director General for Health and Social Services.
Congratulations.
And but now I'm a project leader for some digital projects. But some years ago, we started to change our minds, and oftentimes we had the focus on the needs of the municipalities and the service providers instead of putting the needs of the citizens in focus.
And what would the needs previously sound like? What would the needs of the municipality be?
It was more specific than what the nurse think that a patient needed. I had an example that a person with multiple sclerosis, there was such a standardized way of giving services because they thought they knew everything about the patient that had an MS. But we very soon discovered that there was really three basic needs which last for the same was 10 to 20 years ago, and it's probably the same 20 years in the future. Is that we have to give service so the patient feels safe, and then also have to trust our system. And patient wants to be active, they want to live their lives, and also want to master their lives.
Okay,
so empowerment. So we thought that this must be the three basic needs of patients need, independent of what kind of diagnosis they have. So that was the main start of why we wanted to introduce digital technology and also digital patient service, citizen services. And we started with a rather small project with a couple of hundred patients with chronic diseases.
Chronic disease on
that was
elderly or?
Elderly, most elderly. It was heart failure, COPD, cancer, mental diseases, diabetes. It was a mixture of many diseases. So, and we started then to give them different kinds of devices. So they can measure on monitoring their health situation at home, and of course they were connected to a remote monitoring system where we always had a nurse sitting there waiting for or observing them. And it was such great results because we were surprised. But it takes some time. The study period was 18 months, and the first 6 months, they were measuring themselves very, very much,
Okay.
all the time. You
Okay.
know. But so suddenly after 6 months, they started reducing the number of measurements, and the last 6 months they didn't measure very much at all.
So it was fancy in the beginning, but it sort of wore off.
But I think there's a relationship or a correlation between the symptoms they have, and then they start recognizing the symptoms to the measurements.
And did you see then readmissions or admissions to hospitals go down accordingly?
Absolutely. It was to outpatient clinics, it was reduced by 40%.
Wow.
And then there was a reduction of admission to hospitals for about 30%.
That must have addressed the needs of the municipality as well.
And just one quote for one patient, which is very amazing. This is my best one. He said, previously, the hospital was my first home, and now then I've never been to the hospital for 1 year. So now my home is my first.
Fantastic story, and I really like the way you frame the safety, the trust, and the activity quantities or qualities rather than other metrics. So very interesting, and we'll get back to that later with more examples. Agneta, you have experience from quite a specific area. The northernmost area of Sweden the distances are quite long. Could you just describe a bit the situation and how it differs from any other big city or major city region?
Well, Norrbotten is the most sparsely populated area in Europe.
Most sparsely?
Yeah. And it's double to Denmark, but we are only 250,000 people.
Okay.
Live in 14 municipalities. And
you don't ride bikes the way they do in Denmark then?
No. Well, in the city, but not between the city.
No. It takes a while, yes?
It takes a while. And we have 6 of our municipalities has nearly 30% of their inhabitants that is 65 years and older. So we are together with Tokyo, the Dalarna, and Norrbotten, where I come from. We are the region that has most elderly people in percentage of our inhabitants.
Together with Tokyo?
Tokyo, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So we have something to learn. Something to develop.
And you've been going on this digitalization journey for quite some time because you had to, basically.
Yeah, it's out of need. Our region is big, and it's 400 kilometers between the most northern healthcare center to the regional hospital. So we need to have services and way of working that is more efficient than sending an ambulance or sending a taxi or something like that. That's why we developed 25 years ago an own healthcare record that is from where the patient was in the center. And it was only one single one for the whole healthcare record for the patient.
I see.
It was something special that we did, and that learned the organization how to work with healthcare and digitalization.
But you started
see the benefits of change.
And you started this journey aiming for one single record quite early, like in the early days of the millennium.
In the late 80s, beginning of 90s.
Oh, even earlier.
Yeah, and what happens was that it wasn't, we couldn't find anything to buy. That's why we developed it. And it was out of need. So we continue, and our sparsely populated area, I give you an example of it. When you do healthcare services or social services, in one of the municipalities that has most villages, where people live most spreadly, it's called Pajala. It has 60 villages. And the home care services, when they serve less than 200 people, they drive twice around the equator every month. Yearly 24 times around the equator. we understand that we have people driving more than caring and nursing. So how to develop services, digital services in a quite other way, that is our need.
Yeah. And we'll get back into it. Did you find any results and outcomes from this work? How have you improved accessibility for your patients over the years?
Yes, absolutely. And what I think is the most successful is that when we see at the elderly community, like PRO, the pensionist organization, or different health, different patient organization, they are on toe. We want to join your projects. We want to be here. We want to see if it's sufficient. So we don't have problems to get the patient involved. They are on queue.
Okay, so both patients and staff are really eager to get involved and find and explore new ways of working. Excellent. Thank you so much. Sofia, you were already mentioned before. I think we had even a number on screen. You've been involved in studies on COPD and heart failure. Could you please tell us a bit about those findings? And I believe that you just recently finished a study with fresh data.
Yeah, fresh data. So I've been working with this for 3 years to find e-health solutions for chronic diseases. And we chose to start with heart failure and COPD. And in this project, we have like 2 different directions. One regarding personalized education, which is the basic of all training of patients. And the other direction is self-monitoring of patients. We call them for smart heart failure, smart COPD. So we're talking about smart heart failure. So to do this in a thorough way, we actually decided to do like kind of a research-based project. So we randomized 120 patients, one in the active group and one in the control group. So we followed these patients for 8 months. And the product we tested in this project was a product from the company Carligo, Optilog. And already after 3 months, we saw this diversification of the outcomes in the heart failure hospitalizations. And now, after 8 months, we just sat in Friday with the findings. The curves are still holding up. So we can be thorough to say that after 8 months, we have a 50% reduction of heart failure hospitalizations and also event-free survival. So it's kind of dramatic results, and this is after adjustments for different in groups.
So we have 40% less than. We have 40% in Norway. Now we're up to 50%.
Yeah, so 50%. But since this is kind of new, the other project we're doing is with another company in this startup community is the Cross Technology Solutions. We do follow-up, the same thing. We do a randomize. In that group, we have 2/3 in active group and 1/3 in control group. And we're going to follow them for 6 months. This project is more difficult since it's based on application for the patients, and the security needs the patients to have a certain security program called Bank ID. And this is a kind of an obstacle for introducing patients into the study. But we are holding up. And the patients and the personnel is very fond of both these products actually. So we're looking forward for a public procurement once our studies are finished. So it will be open for all companies who have similar products. But of course, I think it's important to have like some kind of evidence-based test of their products.
And these tools, digital tools, were somewhat tailored to the patient's circumstances, if I understand correctly.
In the one product, the Carligo Optilog, we just tested the company's product.
Okay.
No adjustments. In the other cross technology, they have like the baseline, and they have done similar projects in other areas of Sweden, and small adjustments to the parameters.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you so much, Sofia. And congratulations on the finished study there.
Yeah, thank you.
Fredrik Koffner, you're the CEO and founder of Cuviva. And you have another example, which is, why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I will just take a step back before doing that. I mean, the patient group that we're all talking about here, just to set the perspectives, is in Europe in total, it's 50 million people living with multimorbidity. It's more than 10 million that have more than 4 chronic diseases. And if you, on top of that, is a fragile individual, then that is, I mean, your everyday is very much influenced of that. You are trying to manage all your chronic diseases. You're trying to cope up, and you really don't have power within yourself to navigate around in the healthcare system, knowing who shall I talk to at what point in time. That was our starting point. Really trying to create a digital channel for those who are most fragile, who have multi-chronic diseases, and really need someone to help them in coordinating and also communicating.
Without necessarily having a bank ID or bank.
Absolutely. So what we are doing is really, it's not so advanced. We are not pioneers from one perspective. From another perspective, we are very much pioneers, because we are taking it to a level of detail that we really succeed with people who today are living in a daily life without using digital solutions, without using a smartphone, without using bank ID or so. So we have an information and communication platform. We have an interface at the healthcare and care personnel, and we have an interface at home at the patient.
This solution then, so the project that you've been studying this is in Öland, the island outside off the coast of Sweden, and in the hospital of Borgholm.
Yeah, that was our.
Actually, it was called the Home Hospital project.
Correct. Yeah, and that was our first customer. We launched. We were in an EU program before that, but that was our first commercial customer, and we did in our pilot there, it was heart failure patients and medical data from 2017, the same individuals and the same individuals for 2017 and 2018, the same period. Everyone was then 1 year older. It was the hottest summer in decades, 2018. And that is great for us without heart failure, but if you're a heart failure patient, you don't like hot summers.
Right.
But the admissions for those heart failure patients went from 38 to 0,
Wow. That would be 100%.
That would be 100%.
Okay.
100%. Yeah.
110. Yeah. So we're.
But there's no competition in that. I mean, the important thing is to create both tools in order to meet the need at home at the patient, really suitable for each and every patient group. For some solutions, as Gerward is relevant. For some others, it's solutions like Cuviva. But the most important is that we need to meet the needs of the patient. When we do that, when we meet the needs of the patient, then we create results like 100% reduction in admissions.
Fantastic. So I read between the lines, and the common denominator here is actually following monitoring in a more continuous way and knowing the real status of the patient so that you can treat them.
I think if you say following and monitoring, I think one key solution is to following the symptoms, maybe not maybe the parameters themselves, because like blood pressure, etc., it can vary over time. But if you follow the symptoms, the questions of how are you feeling today, and specific symptoms for the diagnosis the patient has, I think that's a better parameter for evaluation.
Okay, so still the softer values, but still following more continuously.
Yes, but if you're like critically ill, like if you are going to evaluate the project with virtual hospital beds at home, then of course you need parameters more often to.
Do you agree in Norrbotten and Oslo that following the symptoms or listening to the symptoms more continuously is a key to improving healthcare and improving the quality of life for the patients? Agneta.
Yes, of course. I have a little example from Norrbotten where we work with cancer patients and their symptoms. And during the from the day that they got the diagnosis and until they, and this is severe people, and till they die, they have the possibility to be at home because the staff is following the symptoms. And it doesn't matter if it is 15 kilometers to the hospital or if it is 500 kilometers to the hospital. They can connect and they can get help from the nurses outside in the primary healthcare centers and so on. So following the symptoms and listen to the patient. What do they want? And in 95% of the patient don't want to go to the hospital. They want to be at home. It doesn't matter if it's heart failure, if it is lung disease, or if it is cancer patient.
Okay. They don't want to and they don't need to.
They don't want, they don't need, but we need to lift up the services. And that's the question, how to do it. Because that isn't the easiest thing. You know, it's so easy to develop and to work with things inside the healthcare organization. But to lift it outside, to lift the services, to lift the healthcare back to the patient's home. Well, then you can hear this discussion. This patient isn't well enough, it isn't young enough, and you can hear lots of things. And the patient said, I want it. So we need to have change management to lift this.
Good. Thank you. Here for that.
That's also what we recognize in our study, because it takes some time to let the patient know the symptom, if it's serious or not. So when they correlated to the measurements, there was recognized the right symptoms, so there was much more the right patient coming into the hospital, because they oftentimes with heart failure, COPD and other things, you get anxiety, and that increases the symptoms. But if they know that this is not dangerous, but they can relax for some time, and then also can measure for example, the oxygen content in the blood, then they know if it's dangerous or not dangerous.
Fredrik.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that we have the same experience as you are saying. The patients typically are, they want to improve their daily life. If that is by having a solution at home and having a dedicated digital channel, that's great. So the problem is really the organization. It's changing the way of working. That is the problem. And the oldest patient using Cuviva today is 102 years old. And would you ask the healthcare organization whether they can be having a dedicated digital channel to their home? The typical answer would be no.
Yeah. It's like the Ford question. If you ask people what they want, then they would have asked for faster horses.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it seems to me that trust is something that is emerging here in these services, that you're establishing trust by more continuously following and more carefully following the symptoms. And trust emerges as a resource here, where the patients are actually appreciating the feeling of trust, that they can trust the service. How do you make sure that you actually promote trust in the processes and make sure that is actually that trust is actually built? Endre.
Even at the same time, for the home care services, I think we have to create new types of work groups. We have to be sure that these technical devices, they're working all the time. Because when they're not working, they will not trust us. So we are now starting to together with the education institutes, to have health technologists who is much better trained than nurses and other health workers. Okay. So I think that's the main point. They have to work all the time, because if it's not working, it's mistrust.
So you need to aim to build trust, to be able to actually build trust. Yes. Sofia.
Yeah, I think one issue we have, like in our professions, is like the physicians and the nurses are quite hostile sometimes to new technology.
Okay, not to the patients.
No, not to the patient, but I think, and why are they that? I think it's a combination of factors. They have low knowledge. And most technology may not be evidence-based, even like in a traditional research way. Like we are used to implementing new pharmaceutical drugs, no problem, because they have like evidence-based, they have curves, they have done the test in thousands of people worldwide. But also, it affects their way of working. You know, prescribing a medicine, it doesn't affect your way of working. You do that all the time. But to change the way of working and having to monitoring like 50% more patients, or like the thing we do with doing a triage of patients, the management says, with this solution, you will need to see 50% more patients every day. And that's kind of a problem if you meet the healthcare professionals.
Okay, so there's some fear of change?
Fear of change and fear of work overload in a healthcare profession that's already overloaded.
So then the physicians or the professions trust in new ways of working, or distrust in new ways of working, prevents you from building trust with the patients.
Yes. So if you meet the healthcare professionals and get them convinced, I think the patients also will be.
Okay, Agneta, you wanted to comment?
Yeah. I agree that there is lots of work for the healthcare profession. I'm a healthcare professional myself. But also, the problems, as I see it, when I have been working as a politician for 16 years, is that it's so easy to work in the same way that you were educated 40 years ago. When the new technology comes and you need to do it more efficient, they say, no, we don't have the time, we have to lot many patients. But that is the fact. We are not going to be more staff in healthcare services. Not. So we need to do it more efficiently. And who is going to do it? If we don't do it, people that is in our age now, helping the new one to get a working situation that they survive on our hospitals or out in our healthcare services, then we are not going to have the doctors there or the nurses there. They are going to do something else. So it's what is black and what is white. How to help the organization to see that, yes, it's tough now, but it's going to be easier.
What made you as a nurse and a politician in that case, in the case when you initiated change in Norrbotten, what made you think further or think that it was possible rather than look at focus on all the obstacles?
Well, I was working in the rural area. And I had patients that I put in an ambulance for heart failure or for ECG, 1.5 hours to the hospital, and then they send them home. And then the patient was in worse condition when they came home than when I sent them. Because, so I could have done everything that they have done on the hospital, just if I should have it digitalization, digital.
So basically,
So it was out of need.
Yeah. But you also saw that it was possible. You saw sort of a shortcut to and a benefit to harvest.
Yeah, and if you live in my region, where the most people live in rural areas, the solution isn't what happens in Stockholm or in Gothenburg or in Copenhagen. It is what happens out there. How could we deliver services out there? So, because as we all know, the budget is limited everywhere.
Sure.
So there is no extra money to do something extra. It's to change the way we work and do it more efficient.
Because giving up is not an option, obviously.
No. And also the patient out there, they are paying the same tax as the one in the city. They want to have the same services. They want to have it high quality. They don't want to waste their time in an ambulance when they have chronic disease. How do we do it? And that is what is so fantastic, I think, that the pensionist organization, the patient organization, or the people in the village, they say, fix it, do it, because we are interested.
Right.
But then we have the healthcare sector and healthcare professional can see that this is an extra job to do this transition. And how do we do that so that they also see the benefit? It takes some years, and it's a struggle, of course.
Well, Fredrik, you mentioned to me when we talked that you are actually working heavily to make sure that you monitor the systems that monitor the patients or the symptoms, because of trust is so essential to your business. Could you tell us a bit about what you do there?
That is going into the details. First, I just want to comment about what Agneta said. I think that the most important thing is that we take this challenge super serious.
Absolutely.
I mean, we just looking at Sweden, we know that Magdalena Andersson said this summer, she said it once again last week, that 2026 the healthcare cost will be 90 billion more per year if we don't do anything. And that is that is just to deliver the same level as we deliver today. And in order to keep the social contract, we need to speed up, because otherwise we will break our total social system apart, because there will be those who have the possibility to pay for medical services will do that, and those who will not be able to do it, and that will break the society apart. Stating that, I think that is extremely important. But from our perspective, answering to your question then, yes, in order to make it happen, we don't believe that there should be IT personnel moving out to the individual's home. We don't believe that we should start creating new roles. We need to utilize the personnel that is already there. So in order to be able to digitalize the most fragile individuals living at home, creating care and healthcare, delivering that to them, we have, and I brought that, being physical is important. A bag. In this bag there is a computer, there is sensors for vital parameters, there is a 4G router with double SIM cards that roams on all networks.
It's a Christmas box for an IT technician, basically.
No, for healthcare personnel. In order to be able to communicate in rural areas with individuals that are multi-chronic patients. And then, as there is a long distance, we need to manage, we need to secure that the device is connected, that the sensors are having enough battery, so checking battery status, checking video calls when it goes up and goes down. From a technical perspective, that is our responsibility.
Sure.
Then the healthcare will provide the care.
So just need to look a bit forward as well. What do you see with your experiences from these projects that you are all representing? How does this translate into other areas, or what are the lowest hanging fruits for public healthcare to move forward in digitalization? What do you say, Endre?
I think we have to put digital transformation there too words. We have to put too much emphasis on the digital part and too little focus and resources to how to transform the services into new ways of working. I think that's the main obstacle for her to succeed, to have a success in the future.
So there's a low-hanging fruit actually in just translating the technical systems that are already in place, but into more accessible and trustworthy processes.
For example, as I agree with you, that the number of outpatient clinics reduced by 40-50% at the lung outpatient clinic. But there is the same number of staff today, and they were working the same way as they did 20 years ago. They're not using e-consultations at all. We have experiences from Kaiser Permanente, which have reduced the face-to-face consultation from 50% down to 5% at outpatient clinics, because they're using technology. And then we have to work in other ways, and we have to. I don't think there is hostility or resistance, but they are skeptical how this will make benefits for the patients, because they really have a very close health worker-patient relationship. So then you have to let them see that this is a better way of providing services.
So translating the systems or the technology into the three factors that you mentioned, safety, trust, and activity, the more soft values that are perceived by the patient, that's a low-hanging fruit to continue on. Agneta, you were waiting, so what you're eager to share your thoughts on.
Well, I must say that it's time for healthcare to look at other sectors and how they are working with implementing things.
Which sectors do you think we could be inspired by?
Yeah, look at the industry. If they decide that they are going to have a new equipment working fully 16th of June, then perhaps it is 18th of June. But when we come in healthcare sector, it's say, no, we didn't have the time, no, we didn't have the staff, no, we didn't. And this is from my region, so this is what I've seen, and I've seen it in many places. So we need to take a decision, and we have to work with it, because the patients out there, they are waiting for change. And if we don't deliver change in the healthcare system that we have today, well, then we hear the scream now. Why do they go to net doctors? Yeah, why do they go there? Because we don't deliver the services that the patients want. And I'm glad that there are startups and there's a new way of thinking that is pressing our healthcare system to change, because it hasn't been a change if it hasn't come something from the side. That's absolutely what we see. So I'm so glad that there are lots of new ways of thinking outside healthcare that press us to change, both politicians and also the CIOs in the healthcare organization. And what I want to say also that we need to give the patient power. What happens in my region, and I'm very proud of that, is that we have hired full-time patients so that they can advise us what is the way that we should deliver services. And we have always wanted patient to come in as test person or being there for free. It's time to change that also. It has to be so that they can be delivering their way of thinking and their way of needs to the whole staff. not coming into just one project here and there or being a test person.
So I know you've had experience with hiring patients. And
Yeah, now we have hiring a 3 years project.
That
See
might
if
be.
it is efficient. And I think that it's going to stay.
Sophia, what are the lowest hanging fruit and how?
I think the lowest hanging fruit for the public sector is to encourage early adopters in their own system. Like, for example, if we have done one study which is very successful, have someone to pull from the higher management and to decide if we go forward or leave it. So that's one thing. And the other thing is actually fruitful collaborations with companies. Because we are a public sector and we don't have the resource, we don't have the competence to do all the digitalizations ourselves. So we need a close and fruitful collaboration with different kinds of companies, both startups, both middle companies, and both bigger companies.
Thank you. So collaboration with industry and fruitful with companies, and also promoting early adopters in the system. So Fredrik, final word on what are the lowest hanging fruit for public sector to evolve?
Yeah, the unfortunate answer is that it's digitizing the current processes, but that is not creating the large effect. That will not solve the problem that we have ahead. I think that on a total scale, it's all about making sure that we close the gap between pilots and wide implementation. How do we work with that? That is the most important thing, because there's a lot happening, there's a lot of pilots and showing success, but it's extremely tough for each startup to move from that to a procured solution. How do we close that?
So close the gap on procurement and iteration speed when working with smaller companies like yourselves, transformating companies.
Yeah, and our perspective is that, I mean, we shall either keep or increase the quality delivered, the care quality. That there is no possibility of decreasing that. It's keep or increase. At the same time as we need to decrease the total cost of care. If we do not decrease the total cost of care, I mean, we are not relevant. So we should be able to prove that in each case.
Fantastic. That I think was actually a good summary and final words of this panel's wisdom and experiences on possibilities for the public sector healthcare. I think it was a very positive outlook. I hear translate into softer values. I hear mimic industry. I collaborate with industry, and I hear shorten procurement processes and speed up iteration as some of the lowest hanging fruits for public healthcare to evolve. Thank you very much, Agneta, Granström, Endre, Sandvik, Fredrik, Koffner, and Sofia, Gerward, for joining us here. Running short of time today, lots of things happening, and speedy processes. So we are actually, this session was about public healthcare in the Nordics. So we're kind of curious to see what happens if we look out into the world, or what are the needs of the world, you might say. And we're lucky because we have actually been able to reach all the way to the UN level. And we're further lucky because the UN level is not just here in Copenhagen, but also in Lund, as of recent. So we are very proud to invite the new head of the Global Innovation Center of the, let's see here, if we can actually get the title right, or the full, of the United Nations Office for Project Services. And the lead of that project is Sarah Emond. Warm welcome.
Thank you.
And now I will switch to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Jonas. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Glad to see all of you here. It's very inspiring. I was learning quite a lot already this morning. Thank you for that. UN and the UN Ops. I'm actually very new in that world. I used to be in the private sector, and we are just starting out on this new mission. How many of you actually haven't heard about UN Ops before? Hands up. A few, not so many, just like me. I mean, UN is known, but UN Ops, what is that? So that's why I figured I would like to start with just explaining a bit about UN Ops. And when doing that, I'd like to show you just a short video of the world around us. Let's see, will this come out like that? Or will you do some magic?
I hope so. Yes. Let's see if we can.
No.
No. The magic will be done.
Manual magic.
Oh yes. And we have it here. Sorry for that. And there we have it.
Looks right.
There we go.
And some magic back to the PowerPoint.
Indeed.
Wonderful. Thank you. Whoop. This one is sensitive. Let me start here. So UN Ops. Now you've seen a glimpse of what UN Ops is doing around the world. And actually UN Ops is working with infrastructure quite a lot. Procurement and project management on behalf of the other UN agencies. So actually, the reason why UN Ops is not always that visible is because UN Ops is performing the actual work. So when someone else is then, they want to build a road or a hospital or something like that, the work is often performed by UN Ops behind the scenes. So this means also that UN Ops has a lot of power when it comes to procurement and so on. And has also been working with procurement for quite a long time. But now we want to take the step from not just buying what's already existing, but actually buying things and innovations that we need. Because UN Ops has so much knowledge to what's happening out in the world. Actually, if you go into unops.org, you will find the map that I show you here. That is just a visualization of all the projects that are running around in the world. So that could be quite interesting to just drill down and see concretely what's going on. Fact is, I think we are quite aware that we have some tough challenges around us. UN launched a report last year saying that we have about 12 years left in terms of climate, and then we're kind of doomed. If we don't do some drastic changes on the whole system, we will have so big problems. So we need to do something, right? And what can we do? Well, actually, we want to do this through innovation. Because fact is that all the big players in the world are looking at this now, saying that innovation and entrepreneurship is the big key that will help us to find the solutions that we need and make those big changes. We need to be innovative, entrepreneurial, disruptive. I like this one. International Monetary Fund. They describes it as innovation drives progress, and in economic terms, determines productivity growth. This determines prosperity, impacts our lives and well-being in fundamental ways. It determines where and how long we live, actually our quality of life. Big words, right? So how are we doing then when it comes to innovation? We see so much innovation work being done, right? We talk a lot about innovation. This is super sensitive. So I will start. Whoop. I don't dare to touch it now. Here. We see a lot of countries working to promote innovation, right? Especially here in the Nordics, we have so many different initiatives going on. We have science parks and different investing opportunities, la la la. We see a lot of things happening. But what about the outcome? Actually, my manager, Jonas, who I know some of you have met, he has taken a very close look at this and dived into the data of innovation and the impact of innovation. And something that he highlights is that if we look at the triadic patent registrations, meaning the patents that are registered in both Europe, Japan, and USA, which usually is the most powerful innovations, something happened in 2006, right? We had quite a good flow going on, and then something happened, went down, and we haven't really recovered since. And I'm not an expert in this, but what Jonas is telling me is that, well, looking at this, this is about the time when we started being so entrepreneur-centric, when we started to look at exit-based quite a lot. And he says that we need to really come back to innovation heights. We need to work more long-term. We need to focus on the ideas, not only the teams. We can build teams, but we have to find those ideas that really makes a difference. And not give up too soon, right? It can take time, even though we don't have that much, so we have to start now. Actually, what he says, he's a very straightforward guy. Governments are throwing away hundreds of billions for nothing every year. Strong words, but I think we can all agree that possibly we can get even more output of everything that we are investing. And that's what we would like to change in this initiative as well. One interesting factor when comparing developed countries and developing countries is that there is quite a big difference in terms of how many are starting companies and how many women are starting companies in developing countries. It's about 25%. And here, where we have all the support systems and so on, we struggle to get it over 10, right? There is a lot of work that can be done when we leverage on that fact, right? And actually, what has happened in the pre-study that I was not part of, that has been to run pilots with Antigua, which should be considered a developing country. They have then been engaged in hackathons together with innovation specialists from Sony and Dome, etc. What we could see is actually that the local people in these developing countries are so innovative. So when they get some support and some tools and so on, they are super innovative, they know the problems very well, and they are so motivated to solve them, right? So what if we would give them access to everything that we have here? That's what we would like to do. Then we think that we can come up with even stronger solutions, and we can make change happen faster. So what we will do now is to establish a global ecosystem of innovation with different components. The first one is the deep understanding of the actual problems that UNOPS has around the world, with people on the field being out there, knowing quite a lot what's needed. Then we have all the creative people around the world having great ideas, innovations, right? People like yourself. This is interesting. Funding and business opportunities, of course, that's needed. Experts on innovation, coaching, etc. And everything will then be linked together through a network of 15 to 20 global innovation centers. The majority of these will be in developing countries. So we have one in Sweden now that just opened. That is actually the first one in a more developed country. And then we will establish a long line of other centers. And we will make sure that we have a common toolbox. We will develop processes and so on, built on the great work that is already done around us. And then we will bring that out in this network and make sure that we can do some great work together. SDGs, I have to just mention the SDGs, even though we are not like an SDG initiative as such. But what we want to do is, first of all, to make sure to trigger economic growth. We want to make sure that we can get those developing countries and ourselves to grow, help to trigger growth through this way of working. We also want to make sure to strengthen the innovation infrastructure as such, both here and around the world. Then, of course, partnership is extremely important on all levels. Maybe you've seen this already, the huge market opportunity that is linked to actually solving the Sustainable Development Goals. And I can encourage you, if you haven't done it already, to just look online and you will learn, you will find a lot of information about this. So this is actually money on the table as well, not only saving the world. So in addition to this business opportunity as such, what the UN can do as well is to open a lot of doors. And that's something that I've just noticed in the past few weeks working for the UN. Every door is kind of open. There are so many that want to collaborate. And we also have access to local governments and so on that can actually do some great things. And there was one thing done linked to the pre-study that was a company from Gothenburg, a startup called Minesto, working with energy solutions based on seawater. They was then welcomed to Antigua for this hackathon. And actually, in just a few days, there was then a meeting with the local government, and there was an MOU established and so on in just a few days. And now they're running a lot of work there. So that is just one example of what can happen when we put everything together. Then, of course, we have international expertise with us in this game as well. We will, of course, link it to the Nordic universities as well. But we have research experts from MIT, Oxford, Harvard, etc. that will also be on board. And imagine the knowledge transfer that we can do here. That's quite interesting. So, again, yes. So every center will be like an access net between the global big world of the UN, partners, needs, etc., and then what's happening in the actual country. So we will have the center in Sweden is in Lund, but there will be no other centers there. And then we will link incubators and other players to us. So what we will do is basically two big tasks. The first one is to run a program where we will actually accelerate innovation. So we will run challenges. The first one will actually be launched Friday this week. So I encourage all of you, because I think that there are some of you in here that could be actually quite relevant for the challenge that we will launch without saying too much. So there will be a challenge launch. There will be 90 days for you to work on submitting the actual application. Then we will invite maybe 20 or something like that, teams, ideas to come work with us in a boot camp, to challenge it, to bring in really key experts that can help to sharpen this, develop a milestone plan, etc. Then we will select, let's see, maybe 5, maybe more, depending on the quality of the ideas that we will get, that will be invited to come work with us in the centers. And we don't limit here on maturity. It could be a very new startup, but it could also be an established team in a multinational company. The idea is what matters, and then we'll build the rest. So we will also customize the actual program here. We can run pilots, which also is quite interesting, of course. So we don't only develop things in theory, but get out to the actual problem area and make sure it runs in practice as well. And there will be no outer limit on the timing here. So it can take time. As long as we deliver on the milestones, we will not throw people out after a year or so. We will continue if it makes sense. Yeah? The other thing we will do is what we call innovation aid. And this is about having a group of people, which will be added to our team, that will go out to the world, to the developing countries, and actually work on getting the infrastructure in place locally. Establishing centers, coaching teams, etc., making sure that we can kind of transplant what we have here to there and connect everything. So I think that's a very interesting job as well. So if anyone here is interested in that, keep your eyes open here in the next few months. So maybe you're wondering, how can I join? Can I get in here somehow? Well, you can. I hope you want to. First of all, the challenge, as mentioned. You can get a spot in the centers. You will find this on Friday, unops.org. Yeah? Next thing that I want to encourage is to become a partner. We will actually build a quite big community of partners, both locally and globally. And this will also be partners getting access to better deal flow, etc. So it could be interesting for investors as well. And we will all pitch in what we have. We will not only work with big global partners that can put in a lot of money, we will also work with big, smaller players that will put in resources. Maybe if you have a 3D printer or whatever could be useful in this work, let's gather it and do some work together. Here we are building this as we speak. So the best thing you can do is to actually subscribe to our partner, the Day on Science Park in Lund, to their newsletter. And then you will get everything as soon as it's official. Third thing, maybe you're sitting here and you feel that, well, I have an idea already now. I have a product that I think would be perfect for the event. Then what you can do is actually to visit UNOPS Possibilities. Here there is a portal where you can register your product or service, and then that's another way in. Then it's also something which you cannot find on the slide, ungm.org. That is where you find all the official procurement processes that are made in the UN. Yeah? So there we have some concrete things. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. And yeah, I think that's it. You can find more information here. If you're interested in learning how we work with the day-to-day work of establishing this thing, you're very welcome to come follow me personally as well. And also reach out, of course, if you have ideas and want to join. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Sara. These are available to all these technology providers and solution providers. The 12 trillion number is of course impressive. I started to think as a startup or entrepreneur myself, I'm asking myself, so that's quite big, but how small can you go? I mean, how small can these opportunities be in terms of time or deals or business opportunities?
I don't know, to be honest, but what I do know is that we will have to look at things that can be scaled quite fast. Mm-hmm. We have to find smart ideas, smart solutions that can be scaled to get out and make a big impact soon. Mm-hmm. Then the deal as such may not be that big as a single item, but it can grow to be a huge thing.
And when you say soon, what do you mean then? Is that within 90 days or within?
Well, we will of course see what comes in now with the first challenge.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to take it from there, I think.
Well, stay tuned for November 22nd. That's
Yes,
the
Friday.
magic date. And
We will launch on Slush in Helsinki, actually, main stage.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us, Art. And keep track of Slush then for those of you who actually want to be head on with the challenge that is launched. According to rumor has it, it's got something to do with healthcare, or healthcare-related startups may be relevant here. And that rumor was actually given by you right now, so I'm just quoting you.
Just a very general thing. Yes?
So, now we've been out into the world, and we're going to, before lunch, we're going to go back, actually more local than the Nordics. We're going to go Skåne local. Yet at the same time, very open and global at the same time. We're going to talk about what the ongoing development project in the region of Skåne and Söner, and how they collaborate around this open platform. Here to do that, we have Pelle Jonsson, the clinical director of the region Skåne, and running the show from the clinical point of view. And then after that, we have Ekaterina Gianelli from Söner here to share her views and opportunities and possibilities with that same platform. So I leave the word to you, Pelle, and a warm welcome.
Thank you.
A warm hand.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for inviting us here. In Skåne, we are investing in a new IT system for healthcare, and it's built by Söner, which is an American company. Ekaterina is the CEO of Sweden, and she will give you more information about this. But the problem with our current systems are that they are old and they are going to break any day. But they are also very limited in their function. And what we really have lacked is the ability to take on prompts, patient recorded data. If we make a division here in the integration platform, and above this we have the electronic healthcare record as a heart, but we also have modules for population health and a very good patient portal within the package. And it gives us a lot of data, of course, which we will transport into a specialized unit for analyzing big data and inventing new kinds of therapies. However, we have mainly been lacking the gate to the patients. Today, if we are going to accept patient-recorded data, it's a lot of manual.
Oops.
I'm not doing it.
Apparently, it's influenced with other microphones in the building. So we're actually competing with
I think perhaps I can use my voice.
Yes. No, actually, you can't, because then we won't.
Please use the microphone, otherwise you won't hear at the back.
Sorry.
And the web stream won't hear
Is
anything.
this on?
It's supposed to be on.
Hello?
Yes.
No. Go ahead. Okay. Am I on now? Yeah. So, what we are looking for is a possibility to import patient recorded data through third-party vendors that will integrate with the platform and the Söner tool, right? Our ambition is to have this same IT system throughout all the layers of care in Skåne. So the university and tertiary hospitals, acute hospitals, primary care, and also in the municipal home care. However, I think the last step will be a bit ahead of us. Our project time now is 5 years, and we're going to be completely in the new system by September 2020. 2023. We're very much looking forward to this, and also, of course, AI. And I don't think that anybody now really thinks that it's a competition between robots or computers and humans. I don't believe in that. I think it's a tool and will be a tool for humans, but I don't think we can live without AI in the future, really. I've seen an example of AI that was very impressive, and this is, in secret, I took some pictures from the show. This is a situation with a doctor seeing a patient, and they have a verbal conversation, and the actual words is written down on this panel. Behind the doctor, the medical note was recorded with all the expressions that we use, and here was the patient-related information. And this was occurring ad hoc, on time. So when the patient left, the transcripts were already there, so nobody had to do any clicks or do any registration at all. And this is one of the examples of how AI can help us in care in the future to be more efficient and to be able to take care of patients in a better way. So, so from my perspective, I think that we've already shown or seen that AI can help us predict risk. How we then manage those risks is another question. It can turn verbal information and free text into structured and codable data, which we need for analysis. We can interpret images within morphology, improve clinical decision support systems, connect to patients in everyday situations, which we already heard about here, and maybe transform into being the new art of medicine. So I'm looking very much forward to the development that's going to be ahead, and I think also that you are a part of it, and I think that Carolina will elaborate a little bit more about how you can be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Låter det som att den här funkar?
Nej. Var är han?
How great for me to be here today, and I will find a clicker as well. So excited to be here. Thank you for having us.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Let's see if we can invite you.
Rösten blir bjuden inte, eller?
Jo, men vi streamar ju. Ja.
Nu? Vad tror ni?
We have no sound technician in the room either, so I'm sorry about that.
Why did the technician run away? What about that?
And smoothly, and for your entertainment only. Yes, indeed. Now you will speak with the same voice as Pelle. There you go.
Vad tror ni om det här? Working? Let's try this. I am just as excited. I was without a microphone. Super thrilled to be here to meet you all. I know some of that's loud. I know some of you from a lot of previous events, so great to reconnect. So this says, what is next changes everything. So are you the changer that will change everything? everyone that feels like the big changer for the future, please stand up. So I see if I'm not alone here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soon all of you. Oh, this is exciting. So what is next is you. That is the big change, isn't it? It's not the big American companies coming with all the solutions for everything and all. The big change and what is next, it is you. So yeah, this is the big company, Sana providing Pelle and his colleagues with a new platform, with a new way of working. Over 30,000 employees by now, super big, that's all you have to take from this, right? So I would like to talk to you a little bit about some mega trends, because what are we without the mega trends? Then we're just a dot, right? So we want to be part of the mega trends. For me, the mega trends are mainly two things. It's democratization and it is the openness. Oops, that was too fast. Democratization of knowledge to start with. Aren't we lucky to live exactly now? I feel really lucky not to be born, for example, 1450. Do you get anything from the first picture? Do you recognize what this could be? It is Gutenberg and the invention of the printed word. What would we have been without Gutenberg? Nothing. The word, the written word, would have been the privilege of a few really knowledgeable, and I'm sorry to say, men, right? Nothing would have happened. So luckily, Gutenberg invented the art of the printed word. Yeah, Gutenberg. So the next big thing happened. We switched through history. Luckily, we had some schools and universities in the beginning of the 19th century, and then luckily, and we more or less are in a birthday party because the amazing internet came as the big thing. That's the next democratization, right? Knowledge became open for everyone. Knowledge was still for a few knowledgeable, not only men at that time, but still for a few knowledgeable. And as Pelle pointed out, what is next and what is now, it is you, and it is AI, it is machine learning, it's everything new that we can take advantage of, so knowledge becomes for everyone. Do you agree that we're super lucky to be born now, and live now, and working now?
Yes.
Let's look a bit happy then. You're here, we're doing it. We are making the change everyone has been waiting for, right? So, then we also need the openness of ecosystems. So before, I think, we thought about healthcare as a hospital, as a primary care center, and as sort of institutions. It keeps doing this. And institutions, and that is not what it's about anymore, right? It is about turning everything upside down. And a couple of years ago, the super book came by Eric Topol, The Patient Will See You Now. That was like a first step. I felt quite religious when I was traveling around with this red book saying, this is the change, join the change, because it is happening now, and you are the change. I will take a very good example how the open ecosystem can actually be the change. This is from Orange County in California. This is a story about how a hospital wanted to keep the patient out of the hospital, because that is what it's all about. We learned that from Zara as well, right? Keeping the patient out of the hospital. And how do we do that? We create open ecosystem. In this case, it was asthma children who got some little help from the hospital, getting this spirometer, right? I'm looking at my own doctor here, Kristina from Skåne, talk to her later. the spirometer, they got a weather app, and a few things like that. And every morning the family and the child could get the values from the spirometer, but also the weather conditions in California. It's not the best there, it's not like Copenhagen, is it? So they got all these values, and when the child went to school, if it was a bad day for the children, for the weather and a few other things, the breathmobile, isn't that lovely? The clinic came to the school, and the children could actually go to the breathmobile and get help. This actually reduced getting the children admitted to hospital with about 60%, and the readmission rate was even higher. Isn't that something? Just connecting a few data points. And it changed everything for these children. And I can sort of think about all the worries of the parents, actually. My kids are grown, I still worry about them all the time. So it's a huge change. So how do we do this? How do we make this happen here, Marianne? You have started this, right? With Innovation Skåne. How can you be the game changer? And I think part of the answer is what we together have started. I will move away so you can take a photo of this. Of the collaboration we have with Innovation Skåne and Skåne and all of you startups and other good forces, because that's what it's all about, isn't it, Nick? Working together with Region Skåne, Innovation Skåne, connecting everything. So how do you do that in the Norrbotten? Ooh, that was a sort of salute, wasn't it? Actually, I think Pelle had some really good slides about this. But what we can provide from Skåne's side is the openness of technology. How can we help you to try to get also connected with our different parts of the system? How do we connect devices? How do we make the patient data also the clinician's data? Because a chronically ill patient would know everything about her health about 8,760 hours per year. That's how many hours there is a year. The patient, the individual will know that. Will the clinician know that? No, maybe a few hours, maybe 24 hours if you are admitted for a day. Yeah. So maybe we get some help, yeah, or it's a special effect.
It's special effects.
Yeah, it works well. Is it all turned off now?
Are you live?
I'm still alive, thank you. I do feel alive. Yeah. So it is the connectivity. It is getting it into the EMR, which we call Millennium in Skåne, in Västra Götaland, and hopefully in other places in Sweden and in the world. It is also health analytics. We call it population health. I call it health analytics because it's more describing what it's all about. We will help you in Innovation Skåne to connect all of this. Don't be a POC somewhere, be real, right? Who are really tired of POCs and little projects and they never turn into something. We are the best, Sweden is the best, and Denmark and Finland are the best in, it is true, look at the EU ranking, it's the best in EU when it comes to innovation. And the reason why Norway is not included is because they're not a part of EU, right? So we're the best on that, but we're bottom 3 when it comes to the commercial side of it. Let's change that. It's a sort of frightening statistics here. So let's change that. Let's change that with the help of Innovation Skåne. Ooh, this is fast. They wanted me to. One more. if you are super curious, what is this Cerner thing and how can I work with open APIs, you just have to go to code, Cerner code, .org, I think it is. I should have known that. So look at code and Cerner and Google it, and you can look at the open APIs directly. So now you know how you are the change. What is next for all of us will change everything. It is just something that we will do together, and that is what it's all about. It is about #together, and it is about being brave. Being afraid is not a good thing to be when you are going to be the game changer, right?
No.
No. So be brave. Fright is the worst companion on a change journey. So be brave and do it together. Healthcare is too important to all of us to stay the same. So be a game changer and work together. #together.
Thank you very much, Karthik. So just a few questions before lunch. We're running a few minutes over time, but we'll catch up. You talked about the new art of medicine. I thought that was quite visionary for a physician. I mean, redefining your own education. And you talk about basically the new ecosystem for health. And so how? And you also talk about 2023. You will be up and running. When will startups be able to connect with this development work, the SDV platform and the Cerner AWS system? SDV, where does these startups come in, or health tech innovators come in?
Well, I presume that, is this on? Should be. Okay. Well, I suppose that it will be a problem for the project itself to introduce completely new sets during the rollout of the system. However, the sandbox, I hope that is going to be open up very soon, and I suppose there will be some time to elaborate in the sandbox before startups are really ready to go into the sort of business, really.
Okay.
And of course, there is also a work for you, because you have to find people within the healthcare system that is asking for your solutions. Sometimes solutions are very good, but they lack the problem to solve, right? Yes. So we have to meet with a good problem and a good solution, and then we work through CERN to get it in.
Yeah, and there will also be data from other countries to work with, so it is more or less possible now.
So turning this the other way around, so the way you describe this open platform is that now it's a clear way for technology providers to connect. But what about the physicians? Will they also be able to reach out into the technology providers and that ecosystem in order to actually get their needs and their problems addressed?
I believe so, but to do that you have to sort of transfer yourself first into something else than conservative medicine, and you have to realize that there are fantastic possibilities and options. And not all of my colleagues are there yet.
I think that's a very good closing remark. We'll ask you to touch base with these people and connect with them during the lunch mingle. Thank you very much, Pelle Jonsson and Karolina Wallenius.
Thank you for having us.
We set up this technology problems and issues just to see how innovative we can get if we start to not trust technology. So that will be exciting to see for the coming after the lunch as well. Now it's lunchtime, and you will, of course, be given a new assignment for the lunch mingle. if you bump into someone, make sure you actually ask them what makes them tick, because that's quite valuable information. So if you find someone who's willing to share what makes them tick with you, then write that down. You'll be able to hold them accountable to that, or actually may use that in your future business.
The entrepreneurs are easily, the startups are easily recognized.
The entrepreneurs are easily recognized by the golden signs, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, by the golden signs. So please look them up and make sure you ask them what makes them tick. Everyone, are you all set for coffee? Make sure you are. We're in here for the next hour. Between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, we will now turn our eyes towards the international arena. Thank you very much. Wow, good efforts. I think the team efforts are getting everyone to focus this way again. But I really love the intensity of your discussions, and I'm full of respect for not being heard at all among the coffee drinkers back there. So yes, I'm full of respect. Nevertheless, we have now looked at the Nordic perspective, we looked at the global, very global perspective, we've looked at the very local, region Skåne perspective, and ending on that note just before lunch, we actually were reached by tremendously happy news from Sweden, at least, which is this one. Which is this one. Yes. And so it's in Swedish, unfortunately, but let's see if we can translate. So the legal department approves Gothenburg's cloud storage on Ireland, which has been an issue, and obviously this is groundbreaking. This is a game changer. Pelle Jonsson, who you just heard before lunch, went to do business, so he couldn't stay, but he said it's a game changer. It's a game changer. Just tell them. But I can't tell them, so I had to ask Karolina to explain why is this a game changer.
I'm happy to do that. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the wonderful people I had lunch with, Wild Fish. Give them a big hand. This is a game changer. And also, Karina, where are you? Changing perspectives. They are lovely lady working with anti-stress, handling stress, doing exercise with us during lunch. So reach out to Karina if you need to get your shoulders in the right place and your mind in the right place.
You used your lunch well, Karina. Fantastic. What is this all about?
Thank you for lovely company.
Yeah.
As you saw in my slides previously, Skåne has a large and extensive cooperation with AWS. Super important factor for the developing and also for us working together, because when we work in cloud and when we have the cloud perspective, everything becomes faster, more accessible, and also more connected in open ecosystem. So in Sweden, it has been a problem with the American Cloud Act, and how could that be a problem? And I say not really. It is not even the interpretation of Cloud Act, it is a feeling of an interpretation of the Cloud Act that has affected us.
Until now, that feeling has sort of led people to act on the not so progressive side of cloud computing.
Yeah, exactly. And they all blame Cloud Act while it has nothing to do with that. I think if Obama would have been president, ... no further comments on that. So this great news about Göteborgs stad in Västra Götalandsregionen being, I would say, brave, even if I don't really mean it, because I do not think it is super brave.
If you meet anyone from Gothenburg City, please call them brave. But we know what we mean.
Yeah, okay. But what I mean is that they're acting appropriately. What you should do, they're acting in the time they live. So So this is super good news. Let's not build any walls, should we? Let's not have a sort of Swedish cloud. Let's act in the world we live in. And thank you, Gothenburg Stad, for doing this, because what is next after this changes everything.
Fantastic.
So excited. Thank you.
Thank you so much for elaborating on that, Caroline.
Great news.
The international perspective now is actually by the startups themselves. What experiences have been made on international markets? In the first session, we are, Anders is actually ill, so he won't be joining us. So we'll have first some perspectives on US by Koala Life through video, because they're in the US actually, and Kristil Håland from JodaCare. So they will share some perspectives and experiences from their US conquests, and then we'll move towards India, and finally towards Netherlands. So how does that sound, everyone? Are you sort of eager to listen to what can we learn from these markets? Yeah. And you will get time to ask questions afterwards. First, let's look at the wonderful greeting from Koala Life in the US.
Hello, greetings from Koala Life in the US. A few words on our launch in the US. We're very sorry we couldn't make it to the HealthTech conference in Copenhagen, but we just want to give you our first impressions and why we're launching here in the US. As you all know, this is half of the world market. If you don't make it in the US, the rest of the world doesn't matter. If you make it in the US, the rest of the world doesn't matter. It's all about profit pools, transparency, and scaling up the system. Okay? So how do we go to the US? I think for us it was very clear to go direct, because we didn't want to compromise our margins. We want to be able to control the business, and to be able to raise additional capital in the future, you need to have your own business cleared up. I'd say that it's really important to succeed in the US to be on the ground. You can't be sitting in Sweden trying to do business in the US. So one of that strategies was I relocated here to help make it happen. In terms of selling in the US, it's really about the value story. It's not about selling the typical Swedish technical specifications. You need to understand what is the value to the provider. You know, clinicians here are 50% businessmen, 50% doctors. And really, the benefits of being here is really, again, the transparent reimbursement system. I'd say, contrary to the Nordics, which is more difficult to navigate this, in the US it's very clear. If you have a good product, it fits the reimbursement system, it's really easy getting there. And being a Nordic company has a strong value benefit for the US. When you're coming here with a story that we validated as in the Nordics, that helps to succeed in the US. That. Yeah, we're great at doing products, developing them. We're not so great at selling, which is why we have a lot of American people helping us. Absolutely. And we're also launching in Germany this year, because it's not too dissimilar to the US. Very commercially oriented market, big profit pool, the single biggest healthcare market in Europe, and we need to make it big too. So we're left to it. We're full speed ahead, lots of work, and don't get stuck in the Nordics, get out in the real world. Right? Thank you guys. Thanks.
Don't get stuck in the Nordics. Another benefit of the US market is that you can actually have pieces of art painted around you. Like this. It's nice. But yes, those were some perspectives. Be better at selling. You need to be better at selling because clinicians are 50% business, 50% physicians, and if you don't make it in the US, nothing else matters. So, not sure how we are to evaluate that if we don't invite Kristil Håland from JodaCare, who has also experience from the US market. Please join us here, and would you just first let us know what is JodaCare?
JodaCare is a solution combining family members and healthcare workers around a patient that's not able to express themselves.
Okay.
They started because they have a mom with dementia, and she didn't remember getting
home care. She was worried and she was calling me saying there were no one there that day. And I was worried too because there should have been 3 times with food and medication. So when I called the home services, they said, well, sure, we were there. It took them 20 minutes to figure that out though, but they called me back, said, yeah, 3 times. There's a note saying that she didn't want dinner that day. And with me living 10 minutes away, and now it's 10 o'clock at night, and she didn't eat since the morning. I think I needed a solution, so I knew what's going on. So that's why I made this digital tool.
And Joda is not a reference to Star Wars, it's actually the Norwegian word for oh yes.
Oh yes, sure. Yeah.
So, oh yes, care. Oh yes, we did actually tend to your mother. Oh yes, it's actually fine.
Yeah.
Or yeah. So very much related to the possibilities we talked about this morning when we listened to, if you were here, we listened to the panel where we talked about remote monitoring on elderly and chronically ill, where I saw tremendous opportunity there. And you basically just describing a service that provides that.
Yeah, I was not here at that time, but yeah, giving everyone the opportunity to know what's going on will really help both the patient, that's the patient, but also helping the family that takes half of care given is actually given by family members. So that's a huge opportunity to rely on each other, and we have to do that in the Nordics, especially with the elderly population now. There will not be enough nurses to take care.
You're saying half of the care is delivered by
family.
Yeah. So when we talk about this challenge of providing more quality healthcare to for less money, then a golden key there would be to use family qualified.
Well, actually, you don't need to use them. They're already doing this. You just need to open up the communication because they're already given this care. So you just not have to coordinate.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you launched in Norway, and the OES care name in Norwegian, of course, and then you looked for greater opportunities and found the US market.
Yeah, like Koala just said, and I got great help actually from HealthTech Nordic. I got help from a person living in San Diego, and together we figured out a way to how to start. Yeah, we need a proof of concept in the US.
Uh-huh.
And for that
But why did you choose the US market?
Because it's different from the Nordics, and in the Nordics it's the municipalities that are the customers, but in the US it would be the private, and we were hoping to scale quicker.
The private as in insurance companies or in private healthcare or?
More private healthcare, yeah.
Okay. And would you then regard them, the private healthcare providers, as more easily accessible than the public healthcare systems in the Nordics?
I would think so. I would hope so, and that was the reason we wanted to do the proof of concept in the US.
Okay. Yeah. And when was this? This was.
It was a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So quite recent.
Very recent, yes.
How did it go? What happened?
Well, what happened was that we actually connected really well with the Alzheimer's Association, which is really good for me. We were working with elderly with dementia, and they were really they were hard to get, but we thought we had a really good relation with them, and they said they would help us do the proof of concept together with them. And what they did was provide us with their whole email list of all people interested in dementia, but also family members of people with dementia in Southern California, 25 million people. And they gave us this list, and we actually sent out an invitation to about 5,000 people.
Wow.
So they could join for the proof of concept. So that was really nice.
Right, through this Alzheimer's Association.
Yeah.
And were there any, so this was your first foothold in the US and trying to make a proof of concept there?
And out of those 5,000 emails, we got about 30 emailed back.
30. Okay.
Yeah, so I wonder a bit about the quality of that email list. And out of those 30, and we actually reached out to each and every one of them. Many of them thought that this was like a price thing. They were
promotion campaign.
Yeah, something.
Okay.
And but the Alzheimer's Association was really inviting, so they said, "Oh, please come over. You can have sessions here in each of our offices." So we went over there in early May this year, and I set up 1 week to visit 5 different places, and we invited again a lot of people to come in and start the trial. And I found so many super nice offices in the Alzheimer's Association, and the ladies were wearing much better dressed than I am today, the high heels, and this is really high-class offices.
So Alzheimer's Association in the US is doing well.
They are raising money.
Okay, yeah.
I think they are fundraising.
Yeah, okay. But from whom? From families or from investors or?
Anyone wanting to give the money. I think that's their main goal.
So apart from a lot of money obviously going into high heels or nice clothes and offices. What there's obviously money or potential in that.
That area, the market, in the fundraising market.
Okay.
Actually, so that was what I learned. That the real big difference is startup from the Nordics. I really want to make life better for people with dementia and their families. That's my goal. I think the Alzheimer's Association, their goal is different. Even though it's an Alzheimer's Association, is more of a brand than actually making life better for the families of people with dementia.
Are you saying that the US market, the culture is more so much more business driven that you actually forget the original cause? Or
that was my experience.
Yeah. And did you get any answers on why there was such a low conversion on the 5,000 invitations?
No, they wouldn't tell me anything about this. They just said, "Oh, we tried."
Okay.
And they did.
Maybe you could use the care to make sure that the emails arrive and see if they actually reach the people that they should through your own system. Okay, but so the lessons you've learned so far, what do you bring with you further if you're still approaching the US?
What I did was change it a bit. Now and that was by accident. And I think accidents happen when you look for accidents. So I met with founder of a company called Grandpad. I met him also in
Grandpad.
Yes. I met him in California. He's from Norwegian heritage. His last name is Lien, but he's very American. He's made his own tablet made for elderly, and he's done really, really well in the US. Sold 40,000 pieces of this, and together with Grandpad, we're bringing that into the Nordics, combining that with JodaCare, and starting here in the Nordics with their products, bringing JodaCare within it, and then bring that back.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, piggyback.
Okay, so actually you pivoted back to Norway with a new business model based on hardware and service, but at the same time you will be still connecting with new partners in the US. So that option still remains. So with less intensity or same intensity.
For now, I'm only one person, and we need to focus back here. Yeah.
Okay, but it looks like you came back with valuable stuff, even though you were disappointed on the outcome. The real outcome wouldn't have come if you didn't try.
That's
That'd be
yeah.
a fair conclusion.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to try.
So, what would be your advice to someone who would go for the US market?
I can't say that you have to research more, but I guess you do, and I did, even though I thought I didn't. So I think you just have to try and hope that you're doing all your best and hope that you meet the right people. I don't think you shouldn't go, even though I failed in the first attempt.
Good. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Kristil. Warm hand, and we'll see you back. Moving on to our next market. So that was US. We're moving to India. And Anders obviously is not here, so I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask Dinesh Chaturvedi from India to join us and talk a bit about why. Well, actually, you're well, a warm hand for Dinesh. You're based in India.
Yeah, I'm based in Delhi.
So you flew in this weekend for this conference.
Yes, I was invited by Nordic Health Forum, and I thank them for having me here. And I'm really excited. And fortunately, I came a bit early. I visited Malmo. I visited Endre's home, right? And I could understand that there is a lot of excitement and a lot of things are happening here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Cogent Consultant, tell us a bit about what you do in India, or in India and the Nordics.
So let me start this way. I will tell more about India and then I will come back to Cogent Consulting, since that will give you the perspective why the Cogent Consulting exists and what we do and how can I help you or you help me. So India is today the largest democracy and a lot of changes are happening in this country. I believe not the GDP percentage term only. There are a lot of reforms are happening in the country and that is making the country more attractive in terms of doing the business. The first thing, some of the demographic dividend, a lot of population, 13-50 million people, which is kind of, if you just think about it, that is a big number considering Europe and the size of the population. 60% of the population is below 60 years and lot of working population, a lot of brain behind there. IT is kind of healthcare, biotech, this is sunrise industries. Fifth largest kind of economy, about to become the fourth in a couple of years. And this offers a lot of opportunity. And healthcare is becoming a big attraction particularly, and it is taking traction from the political side also. A couple of years ago, Indian government brought the largest public healthcare program in India, which covers to 600 million people. And today morning, again, I read a newspaper, and then they are covering 200 million more people into the public healthcare program. And this makes increases the attractiveness of the Indian market further for this set of the people who are sitting here. At the same time, as Agneta and Fredrik, particularly I will take some of the clue in the morning sessions. The Fredrik told that if we bring some of the solutions which reduces the prices and address the right need of the patient, from the patient perspective, that can be accepted in any part of the world and certainly India is waiting for it. Right? I will quote an example about India. I ran a hospital in Oman, Middle East. There, the HIS, the hospital information system is primarily from Siemens or GE and some of the big names, which is very standard in nature. Where in India, the hospitals are much bigger. Can you imagine a hospital with the 4,000 beds? They exist in India. And there are many, right? But they use the local HIS since the number of the patient pathway, everything is different. The startup concept came here, the kind of the nomenclature came later, but the things came very, very early over here. If we are having a solution which addresses the patient need, which is having some of the cost benefit, then India is the right market. And I connected to Nordic HealthTech platform. I work with a couple of companies. One company we have already taken to India, which is offering solution for the entire patient care continent. Right? We are having the item food, item health, which is into management of the hypertension, then item action, and then further development is happening into the sleep and other areas, which manages the complete life cycle of a patient who needs the solution in that area. Similarly, Cardiolife is a company where we are working. So these kind of the solutions are the need of the country. And one of the piece which was there in the Carolina presentation, that Nordic countries are good at innovation, but they miss the commercialization. Right.
Would you then say that the Indian hospital system and the HIS system is significantly simpler or easier to connect with for startups from Scandinavia or Nordics?
What I mean to say that it's more tailor-made to the need of the people who are using it. It is not very standard. If you go with the product, say this is my product, this is designed this way, you use it this way. Wherein the customer is having a different need.
Okay.
Right.
So you're better at doing mock-ups and adjustments and tailor customization of
you can say customization. Okay. Customization is a better terminology. And since treating a patient like any of the Western ward of the hospital, where the OT, like Sofia, you are a cardiologist. Now, if you go to Delhi, the best of the doctors, like Dr. Trehankar, OT starts early morning at 3, and they call it a date late in night at 1. They do 30 surgeries in a day, which is not possible here. To manage those kind of the crowd, those kind of the complexity, you need different kind of the system. But if you have that system, it can scale up like Zoom. Yes. Right.
So please just tell us about what does Cogent help?
The Cogent is offering you a platform where we will help you to commercialize your solution from here to the Asian market, South Asian market primarily, and the GCC countries where we operate, right? And we are very flexible, right? We started around 12 months ago. After having spent close to around 20 years with some of the big names into the healthcare industry, like Medtronic, Becton Dickinson, and I moved to consulting. I came out from Oman, where I ran a couple of hospitals also with the Idelmed Portugal. And then I thought, why not to bring some of the solutions, which is the need of the hour. When the Indian market is changing very fast, right? A lot of opportunities are coming. And it is becoming more attractive place to do the business. You see, quarter on quarter.
So you basically, you're the missing piece.
Yes, you can say, I can say, see here, exactly. I'm connecting the dots. Exactly. All kind of the dots, whether it is green dot, yellow dot.
Congratulations on being exactly that missing piece. So, so for anyone who's interested in India and has a good proof of concept or a good product here, you're able to help them scale it and commercialize it on the Asian market.
Right.
And what would you say are the most common mistakes that, or misunderstandings that you come across when Nordic companies want to scale or commercialize in Asia?
It is not only the Nordics. Since in last 18 months, I have been exposed to many countries, and I'm working with many startup platforms. Like I go to Singapore as well. And most of the time, the people are, the techies are coming with the ideas, which is very personalized. And then we become emotional. We don't take the feedback, develop the product, and sometimes we go in the market and then we realize this is very personal, this is not a kind of addressing the need of the large set of the people. And then the scalability become an issue, proof of concept doesn't get established, you don't get the funding, disheartening people then.
Are you saying that Nordic people are too emotional?
Not exactly. This is the message for the. I'm not saying, I'm not generalizing anything, nothing personal, and about the country or anything. But the point is this: when we develop a product, only suggestion is this: we should take the market feedback. Right? We understand how can this scale up. Since the commercialization and innovation can go together. If the money is there, then only the innovation can continue or it can scale up. So we had to look into that part also. Right, like Americans, they are having the commercialization action on a higher side. We had to just have a proper blending, right? Healthcare is certainly emotional part also, but we had to make it more rational.
More rational.
Right.
So that's actually for Nordic people to hear that they're too emotional, it's actually a compliment. Most people regard that.
I didn't know, therefore anyway, I didn't want to do wrong.
we perceive ourselves as very serious.
But now I can see you guys are very
What are the most common misunderstandings when coming from India to the Nordic country? And what are the most unexpected revelations for you when you dive into the Nordic market?
Actually, we were treating, like for me per se, I'm not much exposed to Europe side of the Western world. for more exposure towards the America side. And that is more aggressive. This part of the world is more human, right? And I don't see those kind of aggression which is there in American markets for the business or anything, even in personal behavior. And but after seeing the ecosystem yesterday I was there at Malmo. After seeing the ecosystem over there, the way people are working hard on the new things, the way they want to solve the problem in their own society, looking beyond that, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. And I was just thinking aloud while sitting since morning that on commercial side I'm connecting the dots, but if I can give some kind of inputs on the need of some of the requirement in Indian kind of the market or GCC kind of the market, which are far behind in the public healthcare, but they are emerging, where the needs are much larger, then some of the solution can come up from this part of the world so faster. And to be very realistic, I was carrying a kind of a ego that India is much higher in IT and other things. So India is economical in IT part, but innovation is happening here also, and people are equally intelligent, or I can say sometimes more intelligent.
Great, thank you very much, Dinesh. We'll invite you up again. You know your way. So thank you very much for sharing your experiences. What do you think generally in looking for international markets or outside of your home market? What are your advice to companies that want to look outside their home markets? General advice.
Difficult questions. I think you need to see where you want to spend your time. You want to look into a country that's interesting to you as a person. Because I think you're going to do a great job if your whole heart is in it.
So you need an extra interest in that market.
I think you need that.
Spend time there, and you're prepared to spend time. Okay. Karthik, what do you say?
Don't do it alone. Try to find someone else in that local market. You need to have local presence. Google quite a lot. There's a lot of information you can Google. Find out why the other startups failed there. Look for places like NCBI where you find reports. There's tons of reports there. Learn from what doesn't work. And from my part, the most basic thing is find a partner. You need a local partner. You can't do everything yourself.
I'd say that spills right into your agenda.
Karthik is taking my words, find the right partner if you are. But just to add on here, for the startup community particularly, innovation is happening everywhere, even in the larger companies and here as well. But larger companies are also offering solutions, but they are more standardized. Understand the need of the market and go with some of the customized products. Target the right segment, do the price sensitivity properly, and have the right collaboration with the local partners. And success is given.
So please take the opportunity to ask some questions. I'm not sure if this one is on, but yes, now it is, I think.
Yes.
Who are you and where do you
Brian,
come
my name is Elizabeth Chi. So I'm based out of Munich, originally from Singapore and Japan. So I have two questions actually, one for Dinesh and one for Karthik. My first question for Dinesh is that what's your perspective, or rather advice to companies who want to go to India, especially startups, small and medium-sized companies? They have an innovative solution, but obviously, let's say from Western Europe, people are very protective of their IP. And in an emerging market like India, obviously they're afraid that someone else down the valley is going to just copy it, or because they have local market advantages. Can you share with us to what extent is protection offered to these companies? So that's my first question for you, and I hold my question for Karthik. Will you answer it first?
Dinesh.
Again, the answer is me. I work in that area also, since this is my right if I partner with any company to protect their IP, protect the companies all the ways so that they can operate there comfortably and remain comfortable after scaling up. As I said at the start of my conversation, or in the first presentation, India is changing fast. It is jumping in the ranking of doing the business, ease of doing the business, and on IP parameters also. A lot of reforms are happening where the international companies are protected properly. India is changing. Right.
And my second question goes to Karthik, which is how user-friendly is your device, given that, because you touched on a very important aspect that there's going to be an increasing, let's say, dependency on partner, children, relatives of whoever that's, aging. And in Asia, especially, I think gradually a lot of children are not really staying with their parents as it used to be, even though there's an expectation that they're supposed to take care of their parents. So for these people who are less internet savvy than some of the elderly in the Netherlands, how are you looking to address this issue?
It's a really good question. I should just go back to the roots of it. When we designed the wearable, I kept in mind my mother, or even my grandmother, if I should put it that way. They know nothing about technology. I think it's a bit cruel when we expect elderly to learn technology. Technology has advanced so much that we should be able to let technology help elderly and not let elderly help technology. So this wearable is just a watch. That's it, nothing else. What an elderly is concerned is it's nothing more than a wearable, a watch. Everything in there is basically controlled by the relatives or authorized caregivers. And there is no room for mistake from an elderly perspective. They can't push any button, they can't make any mistake, they won't be on YouTube. You've got the question.
The usability is quite...
Extremely key, and anyone who aspires to go into the elderly market, it's not really a functional device the elderly people are looking for. It's more a security device. It's more something that will make them feel secure, not vulnerable, not like patients.
So we're coming back to the issue of trust again and feeling secure. How is that? How is your experiences with building trust? Just curious on the same level usability and.
Since it is a very ours is a very complex solution, the only way you build trust is actually by doing quite a lot of pilots, and you have some authorized personnel, key opinion leaders to vouch for you and then distribute the same. That's the best way to actually find when you're talking about such complicated things.
Margareta, you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. My name is Margareta Valentin and I'm one of the many project managers within HealthTech Nordic. I just have additional information. Kommun Consulting is one of our international members. We don't only have member startups from the Nordics, we also have some 20 plus international members. And Kommun Consulting is one of them. And you want to spread the digitalization in India, and you are looking for the state-of-the-art solutions, which you find here in the Nordics. So that is why he is standing here on the stage promoting himself as one of the good guys, helping us all to do business in India. He's part of this community. I just wanted to express that.
Thank you very much,
Thanks a lot.
Very good. So, do we have any more questions from the audience? Take the opportunity. These guys have been out there. You might be going.
Love it, things are crystal clear.
So everything is crystal clear. So, with Marianne, additional question.
I'm just amazed and very grateful of the sharings that you've done here, based on your own experiences and of a lot of work. You share this with the community. I think this is part of the ecosystem here. I just wanted to raise that as so generous. Thank you so much.
If any more questions? Yes, we have one from Endre as well.
You just said the Netherlands. I think we are in Norway also very inspired by the Netherlands. We started many years ago, so I think the market for you is not only the Netherlands. We have the same ambition that people want to live at home. They are much more healthy today than was 20 years ago, and they can use health technology in a positive way. So you have a great market.
Really good. And also, it's easier to fall in Norway. It's hillier. But you have strong lower parts, like that. but otherwise the same. So healthy, no, wealthy, wealthy and healthy elderly who wants to stay on their feet. Good. Does it work when skiing?
Well, there are certain factors where it doesn't work. I mean, probably skiing is one. I mean, it doesn't work if you're too drunk. That's another. So you need to be aware of certain things.
We see now. So okay. So you brought home some hardware from the US, and now you're launching hardware with the service. You see. Now we've connected you with Next Dynamics here. Do you see a potential stronger offering if you could go with partners to new markets like that with
Absolutely.
other startups?
Yeah, we already do that in normal collaborations with other companies, sensor companies. So of course.
Good. Well. Thank you for now. Thank you, Kristil Håland and Karthik Srinivasans, Dinesh Chaturvedi. Sorry. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Warm hand to the panel. We will now have 10 extra minutes for mingling. And the reason for that, well, actually, it's an hour and 10 minutes. So at 3 o'clock, we'll be joined here up again with all the people from the investor track. We have 17 answers or 17 suggestions for a new metric to measure healthcare development or health improvement. We're going from lifespan of people never dying. I'm not quite sure how to interpret it, but we get the idea. Sick days, lifespan without diseases, all never dying. Health education, average time during a doctor's consultation. One wonders if that's supposed to be minimized or maximized. And I really love the oops. I find it actually down here, so I'm assuming it's some official. And congratulations to the there we are. To the abbreviation makers and index designers there. Well done. We go all the way down here, MedTech again, independence, life mastery expectancy. I'm sort of guessing that might be some Norwegian touch to that. Is that right, Endre? This one, is this yours? No. No? You were talking about mastery, weren't you? Yeah. So you have a friend somewhere in the audience who's thinking that's a good metric for. I wasn't aiming to put you down, so of course you have 2 friends. Yes. At least, yes. Okay, we'll leave that and go back to here. Showroom with Fika. Someone told me there's no showroom, actually, which is, the showroom is actually, as we are in this age, digital, so it moves with the pictures. That's the idea with the showroom. But we're back, and we are here for the final internationalization outlook. And this time, we are going to the sphere of Brazil, Canada, UK, and Peru. I'm not sure if they call the countries, but there's probably Buck, no? Okay, Pew, yeah. Some of the abbreviation, it's popular to gather countries and call them something. So, but in this case, it's mainly because we have 4 startups or entrepreneurs that have experiences from these markets. The first one I would like to invite to share your experiences is Charlotta Trenskog from Kind. Please, a warm hand. We decided we should be sort of ad-libbing on the need for slides, but I think this one is good because it says it all. It's kind and it's hands-on. Could you just give us the Kind app or the Kind service in a nutshell? What is it that you do?
So our mission is to scale healthcare exponentially, but in a sustainable way. And that basically means that for every minute that we put in forms of resources and people, we need to start getting more healthcare on the other side, which I choose to illustrate with this power tool.
Right, okay. And it's a communication platform, basically?
Yeah, it's a communication platform between healthcare providers and patients.
Okay. And why is that needed?
Well, I think we have actually touched upon it already today, that this kind of untapped resource of us as individuals
And we need to start activating that. And I think the other side of it is that a lot of healthcare is actually communication. I mean, of course, we have pills and we have surgery and stuff, but if you think about it, a lot of healthcare is actually you sitting down and talking to someone with knowledge. And then in that moment, healthcare happens. So what we want to make sure is that healthcare happens in more places than during those maybe 15 minutes or 30 minutes that you sit down in the same room. Healthcare needs to happen before that meeting and after that meeting. And that is what we want to support with technology.
So it relates somewhat to the morning session again, where we talked about more continuous monitoring or following patients' symptoms more carefully and more continuously.
I think that, and the thing is, my background is in engineering, so every time we talk about tech, I get excited, but I think it's important to remember that this is not even those things yet. I mean, if you think about what healthcare is today, not what we want it to be, in terms of AI and sensors and all the cool things that are coming, like what it actually is. If you look in Sweden today, healthcare is two people sitting down in a room together. That is still what is healthcare. So I would say that yes, AI and continuous monitoring and a lot of things will come, but at the first point, we need to start digitalizing the relationship.
Okay.
Because now it is transactional.
But we touched on that as well this morning, actually, on the trust issue. So for two people to build health or care in a situation, physical situation or digital situation, there needs to be some trust established. And is that something that you are working on systematically to promote or to enable?
I think enhance, if anything, because I do think that trust is the key. It's already kind of the foundation of healthcare. If you don't trust the person who's trying to treat you, then there is nothing there. So we don't want to replace trust or anything like that. We're just enhancing or augmenting the relationships that already exist.
Okay. Exciting. And how's it been going so far? Where are you?
So we are still quite new. The company was founded about 1.5, almost 2 years ago. But we launched the first version of the product end of last year. We have more than 20 customers today.
And 20 customers, that means?
Teams for us. So it could be a team within a hospital. It could be a private caregiver. We work basically with any type of healthcare where you have some kind of relationship. And this could be a short one. It could be a surgeon that wants to do preparations and follow-ups. But it could be a long relationship. We have a couple of clinics that work with the aftercare after an organ transplant.
Okay.
That is a very long.
Maternity care?
Maternity care is one of my
chronics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chronics.
Yeah. Okay. So and then you end of last year. That's basically a year ago. And you now then 20 customers. Where you obviously looked abroad for opportunity, and you're here to talk about your experiences with Brazil. Why Brazil? Why did you move for that market? Seems a bit far away.
It depends. I mean, it depends. We also talked about this morning, like a startup. What is that, and why are you what is specific with a startup? And I do think that one of the most important things you need to learn as a startup is how to grow. I mean, that is kind of what puts a startup in one bucket and then just a company in another. Because we have started companies like for a long time, but what is exclusive with startup is kind of your ability to grow. And if you look at growth speed and you look in the Nordics, I mean, we are a very digital mature population. We are in the front kind of line of many things. But if you look at market size, then the Nordics should be, if you're doing software, the Nordics should be too small market for you. If it isn't, you're charging too much, or someone is paying too much. So I think I would actually turn it on the other side around and say, like, if you're doing tech for healthcare, you need to understand which market you should start approaching.
Okay.
And why it was important for us was that we don't want to build a solution that is specific for a specific need. Because we're doing communication, we're doing general tools, which means that they should be applicable on many situations.
So you're saying basically that it's dangerous to be too home-centered to your home market, because you will learn a lot of infrastructure that is not scalable.
I mean, it depends on what your solution is, of course. Maybe that is the most important thing you should learn, but in our case, it definitely isn't. And I do think if you have like a mass market solution, just because it's healthcare, it doesn't mean that it will be enough for you to learn the specifics of Sweden. And then why Brazil? My background, I worked with healthcare now for almost 5 years, but my background before was actually in telecom, so I worked in the mobile industry for more than 10 years. And if I look at my experience from that world, there are many things I love in South America. So if you're doing, we are actually not, it's very little technology, and it's a lot about starting to work in a different way. So I would say that the whole world is like technology, like mature enough to handle a solution like ours. But what will make a difference for us is how capable are you to do the transformation in how you work. So when I look at South America, what I see there is, I mean, of course you have the obvious. Like Brazil is one of the largest markets in the world. It's the size of Germany, France, and UK together in one. And you have a lot of spend in healthcare. A lot of money is being deployed in healthcare in Brazil. But then you also have behaviors that we don't see in Europe yet. So when I speak to a doctor in Brazil, one of the questions or conversations we're having is about them transitioning from WhatsApp to our tool. Okay. Because they're already being pushed by their patients that you need to communicate with me. So if you don't have any other solution, then I'm going to talk to you on WhatsApp. And if I compare that to the conversations I'm having here or in Sweden, it's very far from that. Okay. But by having those conversations, that is forcing us to think differently about our product, how we go to market, and that is one of the key things for us to learn. So you're saying that you've chosen a market where the need is enormous and the resources are very, very scarce, and therefore there is a drive to find new solutions. There is a no. I wouldn't. I mean, I would challenge you on that. I would say that maybe not necessarily the resources are more scarce in Brazil than they are in Sweden. But I would say that the sense of urgency and the awareness about this shift in behavior in individuals, that might be bigger in Brazil than it is in Europe. Okay. And is that so all over South America in your? Maybe not. I would say Brazil is standing out. But if you look at like digital solutions, South America, there are more countries that are interesting. And this again, I mean, I joke about this, I hope no one will be offended. But I mean, we tease the UK people that they're piping on the lines of the house that they freeze in the winter. But the reason why they freeze in the winter is that they were the first in the world to actually get plumbing indoor. That is why it's freezing now. And it's the same when you look at the infrastructure in healthcare. Europe was like at the very forefront in organizing healthcare. And it's been like a huge opportunity for productivity increase in Europe throughout this kind of last 100 years or whatever. But now we're sitting with the lines on the outside of the houses. And it's making us slow because we have all this legacy. So if you as a startup, if you're kind of the most important task you have, of course you need to build a product that is good first, otherwise it doesn't matter. But if you have that, then your most important task is how to grow that. And then you need to look at which market, which learnings do I need to make as a company, and where can I get those learnings. And for us, it's how are we going to scale exponentially a few years down the line. And that I don't think that we will learn in Europe. And how's it going so far, learning how to scale in Brazil? I mean, it's fresh, but it's what are the takeaways? Showing all the signs that I hoped to see. Okay, and those are? So we have, we have paying customers there already. And are those teams or specific physicians or how? Teams. Yeah. So both teams within hospitals, but also private clinics. Okay. But we're still, we're testing. It's all about testing, iterating. But you mentioned all the good things about the Brazilian market. It's huge and it's unified perhaps to some extent, and there's a lot of result focus. What are the obstacles then? What are the differences? Just because a market is good in many ways, it doesn't mean that it's going to be simple. No. It's a super, super tough market. I would say that, from everything, from the obvious one, like you being a Swedish company with no brand or any recognition of any kind, trying to go into a new market from Sweden, of course the threshold will be really big. I would also say that, it's more, in certain ways, it's not as straightforward to decisions. We think that healthcare in Sweden is slow, and it is, but it's often not that hard to know what actually needs to happen. It's just that it takes a long time for that to happen. Decision processes in Brazil are more complicated. I would say that you need to have someone on the ground. You shouldn't think that you could sell to Brazil from Sweden and not have someone on the site. Okay. And then it comes back to people, finding the right people and understanding if they are the right people and evaluating them. Do you have people on the ground in Brazil? I do. Okay. Well, as a starter and appetizer for knowing more about the Brazilian market, thank you very much. For now, Charlotta, you'll be joining us back up at the end of this session. Thank you. A warm hand for Charlotta. From Norway HealthTech.
And oops, so there we are. And there you are. You also shared some image slides with us, but Norway HealthTech has, and you will be talking about the Canadian market, that way you have some experience.
Primarily the Canadian market.
But give us, for those of you who are not familiar with Norway HealthTech, please give us in a nutshell.
Yeah, and that's why the slides is on. So we are not one startup company, we are a cluster of approximately 250 companies, altogether 280 members, organized as a non-profit membership organization. That also means that hospitals, municipalities, those that actually are buying solutions are a member of the cluster. We are a neutral party facilitating the collaboration, and we do a lot of different stuff. Our mission, and this is quite important actually, and the way it's phrased is also important. The mission is to improve the quality in treatment and care, and we do that by developing or helping our companies to develop and scale world-class health solutions. Because this is what it is about. It's about world-class health solutions, right? And I normally say that if we in Norway or if we in the Nordics are able to make world-class health solutions, and there is a need for them globally, why shouldn't we open up these doors? So we have in our cluster from basically day one focused on international markets. We are actually 10 years and 1 week old as a cluster. My birthday last week. Good. Anyway, scaling is still, well, we have been doing, opening up the doors for say the last 4 or 5 years. We've been really focusing on international markets. Just to say who are the members of the cluster, all actors in the innovative collaborative ecosystem, and this really works very well. So we facilitate collaboration between all these actors. And for those of you, Kristil is here from Norway. One company. I don't think there's more companies from Norway, are there?
No.
No, and that's
they
bad.
couldn't
It's
come.
great that Kristil is here, because what I want you to know is that it's booming on the startup scene in Norway. As much as 10% of the health industry are startups, and the growth in Norway are now 8 to 10%. So it's happening a lot in Norway, even if you don't actually see it and hear it. So bring that with you.
And you have Oslo Kommun, which is very progressive, almost like a startup.
They are, absolutely. So, and now back to the municipality and Endre, and also a couple of the hospitals as well, because what we see is that large and clear challenges to solve, that creates the drive for change and innovation, right?
Great.
And it was when we really started to have a good dialogue with Endre and the municipalities, with those hospitals that we knew had big challenges, that we also saw that our companies were able to make solutions that they actually wanted to buy. So we have changed the way we work. We go to Endre and we go to the hospitals and ask, okay, what are the biggest needs you have? What are the biggest challenges you need to solve? And specifically when a hospital is actually building their new facilities, that's a fantastic starting point for these types of processes.
But it seems like that works fine. So why go abroad? Why go to Canada?
Because they don't know that that's the way they should work.
So
right.
you realized.
So back in 2016, approximately 2017, we actually was a colleague or semi-colleague from Innovation Norway. He was heading up the office in Toronto. And I said to Paul Ness is his name, some of you might know him. Anyway, I said to Paul, well, when you go over there, Canada is approximately the same type of market as we do have in Nordics, single payer, often public markets. Why don't you go there and find out who are the actors, how is the market working, is there a focus on actually bringing in new solutions, innovation in this area? And he called me 3 weeks later and said, it's a huge drive for innovation in Canada. They're really leaning forward on this. And then we, okay, why don't we make a program? And we made a program, 5 companies going to Canada, brought on the crown prince and crown princess, and you know, had a big delegation coming over. Yes, all matching all these things makes some big noise. That's it. And of those 5 companies, 4 of them are in one or another way now on the way into the market in Canada. These 2 companies, Multitech is there, kind of preventing having elderly people bicycling and watching a video from where they actually are coming. This one, it's not easy to say, but this is going to be the new hospital beds. And we think they will take large shares of the global market. This bed is actually moving. Nurses don't have to lift anymore. Of course, a lot of AI and sensors and a lot of stuff. Anyway, they liked it so much. One of the biggest challenges in Canada is nurse burden. I think it's up to 30% of nurses are actually stopping working in the hospitals because they get sick, right? Yeah, they injured in back and so on. So anyway, they said when they heard this ably, now it's easier to hear me as well. Anyway, when they heard ably presenting, they said, we want more ablies. And one of the things that ably were able to do, they had really listening to the needs. So they didn't want to talk about technology, but they were actually responding to the challenges in the hospital.
Okay.
Right? So these companies, sorry, I'm just going very quick now. 12 million Norwegian crowns to each of them. 6 million from Canada, 6 million from the Norwegian Innovation Norway system.
Okay.
Going in to do clinical trials, testing the solutions, and actually be a developing partner. The hospitals.
So basically, you've expanded towards, as a cluster, you've expanded to Canada by selling your cluster method or your program.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
Exactly. And what we then did was to do exactly the same to Singapore.
Wow.
That's why I'm saying, yes, focus mainly on Canada, but now we're moving to Singapore.
Same colors, yeah. Same colors flag.
Yeah. So, almost. Then, we did this on the Norwegian, with the Norwegian platform. And then we said, well, okay, why don't we actually use exactly the same platform and go as Nordic? Because 5 Norwegian companies, and 4 of them being quite successful, 2 of them very successful, that's too few. We had much more to deliver on when we look on the Nordics together. So we went to Nordic Innovation and said, why don't we make one Nordic project? And that's what we are in the middle of doing. Wow, this is very sensitive.
Yes.
Anyway, so we developed a Nordic proposal and we got it funded, recruited buyers, so the hospitals in Canada, and recruited companies. 16 companies were selected out of 100. 100 Nordic companies did show up in information meetings and so on, showed interest. I think it was like 30 of them applying, and then 16 were selected, and now we're down to 10. So again, this rule, 100 goes back, 10%, because they are really, and it's not selected by us. These companies are selected by Canadian hospitals.
Okay. Yeah.
See? Back to where's the need, and this will make them hopefully more successful. And if they were just pushing like the older export programs.
Would you say that it's required to have a single-payer healthcare system for your program to fit?
No. What's important is that those companies and those that are facilitating understand how is that system working. So we are now doing exactly the same to Germany. The payer is not necessarily a public procurer. It could be an insurance company. You need to find out. And of course, you also need to deal with all the regulatory environment or requirements that you need to have full track of as a company.
Excellent. Well, that's a fast and inspiring journey for anyone who are interested in Canada, Singapore, or other markets that could be programmed through this way of working.
Yeah, and then if I may, what we now are trying to get funding for is the Nordic project to Singapore. They are thinking so differently, they know exactly what their needs are. When we knocked on the door, we were there representing the kind of methodology that we worked on, and 3 weeks later we had 16 challenges, and we could just match those 16 challenges with companies in Norway. And 5, 6, 7 of them are now scaling into the Singaporean market. We need to do this on the Nordic level.
Yeah, that looks very inspiring and fruitful. So hopeful. And thank you very much, Ekaterina. We will we will also listen to Kim Baden-Kristensen from Brain Plus.
Hi.
So we discussed actually yesterday, and you said, why should I come on? Well, because you seem to have some international experience with your company Brain Plus. We'll get to that. But also, you mentioned the UK and German markets. Then Marianne actually hinted that you had some experience from the San Diego,
From the US.
Yeah, from the US market in San Diego. So just briefly, what is Brain Plus and what's the story?
So in Brain Plus, we're targeting brain disease and mental health disorders. And what we're doing is we have a digital therapeutics platform that can detect, prevent, and treat these diseases and disorders. So that is delivered in the form of a mobile app where people are screened for their health, for their cognitive abilities, their brain functions. And based on that outlook, we do an assessment of their abilities and tailor a personalized intervention program that, if they're healthy, can prevent and reduce the risk of brain disease, or if they have a brain injury or a brain disorder, can help them recover their fundamental brain functions and return to a normal functioning and healthy life. So that's basically what we do. So it's a mobile app platform for the user, and then for therapists and clinicians, it's a web-based interface and analysis tool that they have available to them.
Ah, interesting. So could I both recover and be a high performer if I using it?
We also have a version that's aimed at performance,
Okay.
so in elite sports, for example. But our main focus is clinical, and in clinical populations and conditions. So we're working in acquired brain injury, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and depression as some of our main indications, where we're running randomized controlled clinical trials with big European partners currently, and I also have the first US partners that we're preparing for some proof of concepts within the United States as well.
And you just share with us the experiences you had from San Diego and the US market with this concept. What were the findings?
Maybe let me put into context. Yeah. You mentioned UK, Germany, the US, and I had UK up here on the slide. Our strategy is, as a digital therapeutics company, actually to work and not necessarily replace drugs, but either replace or work in combination with drugs. So strategic partnerships with big pharmaceutical companies, with big payer-provider healthcare systems. To do that, we believe we need to, of course, be innovative and invent, but we also need to follow some of the classic routes, which is to be regulatory approved, class 2A medical devices in the EU and the US, but also go through some of the health technology assessments in some of the major benchmark markets. Those being on a global scale, the UK, Germany, and the US. So that's one of the key reasons we're interested in the UK, is that NICE, which is the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence there, they do health technology assessments of software companies now, and the UK, besides the US, are the furthest advanced in their thinking about how should we regulate and how should we do health technology assessments for software as medical devices. So that's why it's interesting to engage in the UK. Also, it's interesting because if you get a NICE recommendation, then you're automatically, then it's mandatory for the NHS, the UK Health Services, to basically fund and reimburse your product. So that's another reason the UK is interesting, but also because it is a benchmark, it's a milestone from a pharma perspective, a life science perspective, to get that type of approval in the UK as well.
So size and maturity for UK, and mainly, and then German markets.
Germany is also a benchmark market, but for us right now, whether we're gonna simultaneously depends on the amount of resources we're gonna get in 2020.
Okay.
But you mentioned also the US, and the US for us is without a doubt one of the most important future markets for us, and I say future because we haven't started selling in the US yet. We're working on building the foundations on that. So we work with the Alzheimer's Association in the US and with one of the biggest Parkinson's centers of excellence. And the way we think about entering markets is generally to get in and establish collaborations and clinical collaborations with key opinion leaders in the local markets, also as preparation for doing clinical trials for regulatory requirements and so forth. So in the US, I think I think we heard it earlier today from some of the investors, you need to start thinking about the US strategy early on, so that's what we're doing. You need to engage with it to the extent that you have the resources for it as well. So there's kind of a balance to be struck there, but a lot of the early work to prepare for entry, you can start doing very early on in terms of building the network, understanding the market, and getting the first partners for clinical trials that you want to run over there.
Okay, so you're not yet abroad, but you're analyzing the different footholds, and the UK, Germany, and the US are among those. Would you, since you mentioned the Alzheimer's Association in the US, you probably have the same similar connections or similarities with the JodaCare. Would there be connection? Have you joined forces or made some?
We talk a lot. We haven't done anything concrete together, but we've talked a lot together. Yeah.
Beware that 5,000 emails may not be giving you the success you want. But that
we are well aware of.
So you have experience from previous other businesses or industries with international sales and marketing, the wind industry.
Sure.
Are you able to use that? Of course, how are you able to use that experience when analyzing markets for the healthcare industry?
Oh well, there are big differences between wind energy and healthcare, and I think one of the key ones is that when you enter healthcare, and especially if you want to be a digital therapeutic where you're really driving clinical outcomes, there's a very different burden of evidence, and which is both very good, necessary for safety, but it also means that the pathway to the market and to be ready to sell and be approved is just much, much longer in terms of clinical trials, generating evidence, getting the regulatory approvals, etc. So huge difference in terms of the analysis of go-to-market, etc. Yeah, sure, there are many things you can reapply. I used to be a strategy consultant, so the framework for doing a market analysis is similar, but you have to really dive into, I think one of the key learnings that we've had is that there are huge differences in the healthcare systems structures. If you go from the US to the UK to Germany, for example. One is a one-payer system, one is in the US a big mix of payers, which are both standalone insurance companies, employers who are insuring self-insured employers, big payer provider systems. It's a very different. There are many different types of setups over there. Go to Germany, you have both big private and public insurance companies. You can work just with one of those insurance companies and then move to the other ones, or you can try and go the more national route to go through GBA, BFARM, ICLIA type health technology assessment as well. So, and in Denmark it's a one-payer system as well. So again, they're a little bit similar to the UK actually in that regard. But each of these markets are very different, and you'll have to approach your go-to-market pathway very different for each market.
So where do you see yourself in 6 months?
In 6 months, we are racing the next round.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the paying customers in either of these markets?
We will not. Right now we're scaling in Denmark, which is our home market. So we are not going to start serious sales efforts until we feel we have the resources to do it in the right way.
Okay.
I mean, one of the things, maybe one point I think is interesting as well is, of course, you have the top-down strategy for where you want to go. You can hear what that is for us. It's also a bit opportunistic which markets you go to. For example, in the UK, we have amazing partners, key opinion leaders, Oxford University, Nottingham University, who we're working with on developing our product and bringing specific Alzheimer's detection and prevention packages to the market in our product. And having those types of key opinion leaders that you're working with in a market is also an opportunity to do something in that market, to bring something to that market. It opens a lot of doors when that's the case, right? Okay. So it will always be a little bit of a mix of, of course we need to go to the US. The UK is interesting for strategic reasons, but it's also interesting because we managed to actually get some amazing partnerships.
Thank you very much, Kim, for now. We'll just finish with the fourth example, which is actually not... thank you very much. A big hand. More as a cherry on top, rather than a startup bringing experience from the market. I'd like to invite Aldo Vermiglio, an associate with Innovation Skåne, analyst associate, with a background in Peru. So
yes,
you have... there we go. So you actually are bringing an opportunity to us from Peru.
Exactly.
Would you be able to do that in just a few minutes, and then we'll bring everyone up and have some...
So this is the story of a city that needs health tech solutions. They are desperate to tackle the chronic disease issue. Knowing that more than 50% of the people in the city, which is a 10 million people city, are suffering or may suffer any kind of preventable disease, most of them potential chronic disease.
Right.
The city of Lima has created this independent running hospital and care network where they are tackling around 9 million transactions. And what they do is they want to take it 2 million more. And they know that the only solution they will get is through a health tech solution. And they have approached a health tech solution, trying to reach the patient, not in the hospital, but at home, and trying to get communication with the doctors and the specialists.
Okay. So,
in a remote way.
So they're looking for solutions to get in contact with 2 million more citizens through their city network of healthcare, and they're actually looking this way to find those kind of solutions.
Exactly. My last trip to Lima, I got approached by the city.
Yeah.
A city that has 95% of penetration of cell phones, smartphones, and a very high willingness to pay for healthcare.
Okay.
Why? Because they've never got it. And as they become richer and they enter into the middle class, one of the first things they want to access to is a good quality healthcare service.
Okay. And does Nordic healthcare have a good ring to it in Peru or in Lima?
It definitely does. Everything that comes from the Nordics is good, but more so is that I do really find a lot of parallels between solutions that are proposed over here with solutions that are with needs on developing markets. We don't yet have the infrastructure. People have probably never had any healthcare attention. They're very open to new ways of receiving or delivering healthcare being delivered to them. They're willing to pay, and they haven't invested billions of euros of dollars in these huge infrastructures that are lying there.
Okay.
So actually, they're disposable. The institutions, disposable investment, sometimes they're being higher because they are not investing in. They have not invested in capex yet.
Fantastic. So you're proposing to help them frame the problems and come up with solutions through these the health tech startups.
To any other startups interested in taking part of this challenge and tackle this problem, you get in contact with a city that needs it and that's willing to pay as well.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much, Aldo, for sharing this opportunity.
So how do we go about it?
Yes, we will get back to that. Can I ask Charlotta and Ekaterina and Kim to come up again? So now you've listened to a few of them. Before I let you ask questions to these four, so get ready. Mike is here. What have you learned from each other's experiences now, listening to each other? Are there any overhearing that could be done from Brazil to Canada to the UK and German markets or Peru? Charlotta, what are your reflections listening?
I think generally speaking, it's just that they are the same problems. I mean, the more we can help each other to kind of tackle those, the better. So I do think like communities like this and just kind of startups speaking to each other, we don't need to reinvent the wheel.
No? Would you be able to be part of that, the Norway HealthTech vehicle going into new markets? Would you see that as a shortcut or?
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Ekaterina, what do you say?
No, I think Nordics, we are ahead of a lot of things when it comes to innovation. We think in new ways. And I also see that the way our companies actually work, the way we approach those that actually are buying solutions, specifically if we have their challenges and their needs in the front when we develop, then we are very much welcome. And again, we are somewhat stronger, we be bigger, we have a critical mass if we go together. So whether it's Marianne or someone else or us being in front, we should work together. That's the main message, basically. But we need funding to do so.
Right.
We pick that funding, find that funding.
Looking for funding, please. Kim, what have you heard from all these stories that you can make use of?
So I think one of my reflections is just that choosing a market depends very much on your particular company's product and the unmet need that it's meeting, and what your potential opportunities are. So choosing Brazil, for example, right for you, probably wouldn't be right for us with our background and what we're trying to do and what our strategy is. So I think it really comes back to you need to know the markets, what they stand for and what they can do for your company, and you need to go and visit them and explore them and all that. And then you need to choose thereafter. I mean, and so something like today is just inspiring in terms of building the knowledge base of different markets.
So choose your market wisely.
Basically.
Right. Aldo?
I totally agree that one should choose its market wisely, but I do think that all in all, needs are relatively the same. I think the answer goes to how to tackle that need. You have smaller economies with maybe single-handed needs, but then you have larger, maybe developing economies where you might find the same population having that specific need. So it's a matter of tackling the need and the market than the country specifically where it's reality.
Okay, good point. Charlotte and then Kristil.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And I think in healthcare this is kind of just from an outside perspective, I've never met any market that is so good at saying why they're different than I see in healthcare. I mean, you don't even want people to collaborate between clinics or between regions.
Oh.
So of course there are a lot of kind of just influence finding differences.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to healthcare, I think one of the things that are encouraging from a business perspective is that the challenges are actually exactly the same. I mean, if you look at payers and how money moves and things like that, and exactly like how big is obesity, how big is that problem, it will differ slightly between countries. But in essence, it is the same. But then I completely agree with you, like the maturity of like tackling the problems that you as a specific company want to tackle, that will be very different.
Ekaterina, you have a comment as well.
Yeah, and this goes basically back to the Norwegian companies, because what we see is that there's a lot of companies, and the earlier phase they are, the more they struggle with actually finding out what markets. So what they do, so when we organize, for example, trips to, could be Denmark, could be Sweden, could be Canada, could be Singapore, or could be Germany, whatever, they want to do everything because they don't really know what market first. So that's, so actually right now we are running the first program of giving the companies competence, strategic competence in how to choose the right market first.
Okay.
So that's also an additional add-on, and I know that HealthTech Nordic also have discussed this issue.
We have a question from Patrik Sobocki from Industrifonden.
Well, first of all, thanks for a great discussion. I think this is really something everybody is struggling around, and also us investors. I'm curious to hear Kim and Charlotta's response to, now it sounds like you do your job of assessing which market to go to and you setting stuff up on your own. Who will be your, probably twofold, do you see a global partner going with you, perhaps not now, but in the future? And who are the two dream partners that you would love to go with?
I can start. So my number one dream partner to work with would be a company like United Healthcare Optum Ventures. United Healthcare is an American, the biggest in the world payer provider system, which means that they both insure patients and they treat patients. So 100% aligned incentives in terms of bringing solutions in that will lower their costs and give better treatments. And massive access to patients of all types, of all conditions. So scaling and access to data. Optum Ventures is their data arm. Is a business that's as big as their entire healthcare business. So that would be the dream partner. It would give scale. It would give data. It would give the muscle, the funding, and they have global reach. 100 million patients on a global scale. That would be the number one probably. And number 2 would be one of the big strategic big pharma companies that is very advanced in terms of they're thinking about digital health integrating with pharma, or as one of the new frontiers of a more broad holistic portfolio of medicines.
I think for us it's probably a little bit more complex because what we want to do is enable many. So we do have like discussions with pharma, we have discussions with EMR system. There are many people that are kind of building things for healthcare today that are looking for another vehicle. And what I find like challenging is like I don't really want to connect my wagon to any one of those because most of them actually haven't been able to become global themselves because this market is super fragmented. So even if you look at big players within this industry, they aren't completely global. So I think this is more about like being very, very like ear to the ground and enabling as many as possible than finding like one that is the key. One that I would love to kind of be the enablers is actually the professionals. I mean, we want to go in through the people who are working with patients. So finding ways to tap into that resource and kind of tapping into the work they're already doing, to me, that would be the dream. Because I do think that this needs to come from the inside.
One quick last question, and then we're going to wrap this up for.
Okay, maybe we can take it offline if it's too long.
No.
It's directed at Kim. I'm particularly interested in how you're tackling the German market, given that they have 16 different states, and each tries to run its own systems. There are 330 over systems that don't talk to each other in Germany. And to add on the Datenschutz, that's the data privacy thing, where, because your product or services run on data. So how do you kind of, cut across that red tape and obstacles?
Okay, I'll give a short answer now, and then we can take it more offline. I think the fragmentation of the German market is not that different from the fragmentation of some of the other markets, to be honest. In the NHS, for example, yeah, you can if you get a nice recommendation, that's great, but you still need to convince each and every clinician and each and every small part and unit in the NHS to start using your product. So that's actually kind of similar. In the US, it's the same way. You need to convince each and every payer to start paying for your product and each and every clinician to start using it. So the only difference is the scale and size of each of the individual players. So again, where do you want to start? And in the German market, there is plenty of opportunity to scale, of course. We haven't chosen Germany as a priority yet. It's rather part of our bigger strategy, like I told you about digital medicine. So we're not really going hardcore into Germany as it is right now. In terms of the data protection regulations and so forth, I think whether it's Germany or the US, that's something you just need to figure out very specifically and down to the very small detail for every market you want to enter. So you need specialists to come in, make sure that all of your consent and processes around consent for data storing, handling, usage for scientific purposes or whatever are just matching the local requirements.
Ekaterina, did you have a 2-second comment as well?
Just very short. We have found out that actually basically in all markets, but specifically markets that are so challenging as the German market, you need to find the expert on the ground. And we have found the expert on the ground. So, yeah. And when it comes to Germany, I think that another big challenge is that they are lagging behind when it comes to digitalization. That might be the biggest obstacle when it comes to the German market, actually.
Thank you very much, Katrin Mele, Kim Baden-Kristensen, Charlotta Sönsgård, och Aldo Benvidio for sharing your information. Thank you so much. So we've been looking now. We've now been looking both inwards and outwards, and so it seems only fair that we have someone else from the outside looking at us. In EU bureaucratic language, that would be called peer review, but here we call it just having a laugh at ourselves, basically. And here, to help us with that, is our very, very seasoned author, writer, journalist, author of 7 bestseller books on the topics that are we off on the slides?
Not just want to delete this one actually.
Oh, I see. We'll figure that one out. I'll do something. Yes. So here to help us figure out how you would, as a foreigner, get your way with Finns, Swedes, Danes, and Norwegians, we have the external perspective man, but living in Denmark, originally from England, right, of course.
Place.
I just went across to Australia and I thought,
no, let's not go to Australia.
Don't go there. No. So, Michael Booth, ladies and gentlemen, a warm hand.
I think I might be the light relief this evening. I'm often brought in to be the kind of the negative voice on Scandinavia, so there will be a bit of that later as well. But as I was reading my notes, it occurred to me that I've accidentally written a kind of motivational speech, which, if you ask my kids, they'd say I was an expert at demotivational speeches. Because I've discovered you have like this superpower. Actually, if you're Swedish, you have more than one superpower, and we'll get to that as well in a moment. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I've been doing recently, because it might be slightly relevant to you. I made a radio program recently. I'm an old geezer. It's probably called a podcast, but I call it a radio program. For Monocle 24, for our flagship current affairs show called The Foreign Desk. I made 5 programs in association with the Nordic Council of Ministers, and one of them was about the aging demographic in Scandinavia. It's online, you can check it out. Before researching it, I didn't know, for example, that the Finns had the second oldest demographic in the world after the Japanese. You guys may be more up to speed on this, so it was a bit of a surprise. Of course, all of the Western world is facing this aging demographic problem. We're living longer, it's going to get expensive. In Finland, it's looking a bit like a crisis. But if you know the Finns, you'll know that they're dealing with it in a very Finnish kind of way, very calmly, very efficiently. They're trying to see the positive side about it as well, because it's a good thing, right? People living longer, because it's better than the alternative. But what are they doing? What are the Finns doing about this? Well, I don't know. Are there any Finns here? I think they're amazing Finns. Oh, God bless you. I think the Finns are really, really cool. Ever since I wrote this book, The Almost Only Perfect People, about all the Nordic tribes, and secretly between you guys and me, the Finns were my favourite. It was translated into lots of languages. It's a very un-Scandinavian thing for me to say I'm an international best-selling, award-winning author. It's not. It breaks Yantin law, but there you go. I have a special affection for the Finns. They have this amazing, super dry sense of humour, for example. Most of the humour is directed at themselves as heavy drinking, monosyllabic, introspective kind of people. And they tell lots of jokes about themselves. My favourite is, how do you tell an introvert Finn from an extrovert Finn? The introvert Finn, when they're talking to you, they'll look at their shoelaces all the time. An extrovert Finn, he'll look at your shoelaces. But Finns also have this is the first superpower of the afternoon. Finns have sisu, right? And it really helps when you have these endless freezing winters and the Russians breathing down your neck for centuries. And actually, but all the Nordic countries have a special superpower. But I found out that you guys aren't necessarily that aware of them. You kind of take them for granted. And it's only when outsiders start writing books and taking the piss out of you that you start to reflect on them, perhaps. So the Finns have sisu. I'm sure there are many Swedes here. You have lagom, for example, that sense of sharing and equality of just enough and moderation and not too much. It's also tied into the other superpower, which is this drive for consensus that you have. It can kind of trip you up. It happened last year with your government. It went missing for 3 months, but a very Swedish solution to it. You had a long discussion. No matter that you didn't have a government, that's not important. You've got to discuss and agree on everything, and then you put the same guy in. The Danes, of course, we all know about hygge now, that's their superpower. The Danes love to claim that hygge is untranslatable. It's not. It's just cozy. Right? There's mystical about it, but let the Danes have that. It is a kind of superpower. Norwegians will say, well, we have koselig. But yeah, it's the same thing. But I never cease to be amazed at the Danes' ability. They can turn any situation into a cozy, a hyggelig situation. Dinner with friends, obviously, or queuing at the post office. That could be hyggelig somehow. The Danes can even hygge themselves, which always sounds a bit kind of deviant to me. I'm not sure what that's involved with. Danes can probably have a hyggelig time having root canal work. The dentist. Oh, here it is. When I give this speech abroad, I said, this is the Danish health minister. Just one word of warning to Danes, as an outsider, hygge can actually be quite difficult to navigate. I know you like to think it's all free and easy and carefree, but there are rituals and rules around hygge that can be quite excluding as well, actually. It's about finding common things to talk about that aren't going to upset anyone, like the price of the wine, where you went on holiday, and that kind of thing. So carrying on to the region, I don't know if there's any Icelanders here. Wow, my God! I always say, if you see an Icelander in the wild, it's like seeing a snow leopard or something. It's so rare. It's like 500 of you or something. It's really special to have.
There are Icelanders here.
I know, I've seen my hands up. I think their superpower, Iceland's superpower, I have to be very careful how I phrase this, it's kind of like a very productive madness, I think, that the Icelanders have. They're amazingly adaptable and resourceful, but also, a little bit crazy. They have to be. They're living on a rock in the middle of the North Atlantic. They've been there for 1,000 years. It's going to have an impact, right? Norwegian superpower, oil, obviously. So back to healthcare. In this case, I was talking about in terms of the elderly. How are the Finns preparing for their demographic crisis? Well, back in the summer, I don't know if any of you else went along to Helsinki for this great EU silver economy forum in Helsinki. That's Kristil Håland, who didn't fly because it's not cool to fly anywhere anymore, so she did the hookup via Skype or whatever. And there I learned about all the amazing Finnish tech companies which are working really fast on developing tech solutions for the near future, when the number of Finns who are over 75 is going to increase by 130% within the next 15 years or so. So their health tech companies are making everything from medicine dispensing robots to have in the home, to iPad apps which play music from Alzheimer patients' childhoods to try and help stimulate their memory, frozen food systems for the homes. And the emphasis is generally on prevention and care in the home, helping the elderly to look after themselves. And it seemed to me like the Finns are really ahead of the world in this. I mean, to put it this way, there were masses of Japanese people at this event, keen to learn what the Finns are doing. But aside from the entrepreneurship and the startups and the tech, more broadly out in Finnish society, the Finns, they seem to be going through a kind of mass cognitive therapy in a way, collective therapy, trying to enact a whole paradigm shift in how they regard the elderly in their society. Not as a burden or a problem to be solved, or something to be contained and dealt with, but as a benefit, a potential source of information and knowledge and wisdom and cheap childcare and all this kind of stuff. But perhaps above all, they were learning to see the elderly Finns as consumers, like this growing market sector to be served or exploited, depending on your philosophical point of view. And Finland's neighbours are getting in on this as well. For the programme, I also went to Sweden. I spoke with someone from IKEA, good old Swedish company based in Luxembourg. Well, anyway, we're called it Swedish now. They're about to launch a whole new range called Omtänksam, an entire range of products designed for the elderly. Well, they call them extreme users, so they hope that though they're designed for the elderly, anyone who has a disability or is not that mobile or whatever, or ordinary people, will find them useful. By designing for an extreme user, everyone can use them. The key is they're not making them look like they were designed for old people, because stuff that's designed for old people looks awful, nearly always, right? So they're making a brilliant vase because they interviewed lots of elderly people. The elderly people said, what's really, really difficult, we love flowers, but we can't, once we fill the vase with water and flowers, we can't carry it. So they designed this vase that's really easy to bear. You know, everyone has that experience with a vase of flowers. So I think IKEA is hoping to cash in on that extreme user experience. And again, the crucial thing is it looks like an IKEA vase, not something ergonomic. You know, it's just ergonomic things are always really ugly. So for the same program, we also went to Stockholm and heard about how the Swedes are completely restructuring their healthcare service, taking privatization, you know, way further than you know, dear old Mrs. Thatcher did in the 80s or whatever dared to, or even more than the current government of the UK would do. I mean, we don't actually have a government in the UK at the moment. I'm not sure if we even want a government in the UK at the moment. And here in Copenhagen, I also visited the Living Lab, which was really interesting, amazing place up the coast in Hellerup. And it's, some of you may know about this, it's a mock-up of an elderly person's apartment where they test new tech, new developments with some of the residents as part of a residential care home. And what I found really interesting was that it was, you know, it's publicly funded by the municipality. But the products they were testing were nearly all creations of private companies. And this seemed a bit weird to me, right? Because this is not how things are supposed to function in Scandinavia, this crazy socialist part of the world, right? Entrepreneurship, innovation. This didn't make sense to me because, you know, I've long been hearing from America, from these guys, you're a bunch of crazy socialists. You know, that's what Americans think, basically, about you. It doesn't matter if it's the Republicans or the Democrats. They all seem to have completely the wrong idea about Scandinavia, particularly in terms of the healthcare sector. It keeps coming up, doesn't it? Trump says you're mad socialist going to hell in a handcart. Bernie Sanders says this is a socialistic utopia. Of course, neither of these things is true. You aren't socialist, not completely. These are mixed economies, in some senses more mixed than capitalistic, more capitalistic than America. But the thing is, of course, there is a socialistic aspect. You're all aware of it. You work in, you know, various degrees with it. And that's these amazing universal healthcare systems common to all 5 Nordic countries. That everyone, you know, regardless of background or income, gets the same kind of healthcare. So, of course, it's amazing. For, you know, Americans looking at this, it's like a dog looking at the television. They can see the movement, they can see things happening, they can see how it, but they don't understand how it works. Right? I'm sorry if there are any Americans here who are offending, but, you know, in this case, it's people being cured or helped without, you know, going bankrupt for the rest of their lives. But they just don't understand what's happening behind the scenes. And another interesting thing I learned about the great advantage for you lot for these universal healthcare systems when it comes to preparing for not just the elderly tsunami, but for any age group or conditions for the next 20 years, it's going to be hugely beneficial, is the information, the data. With a single, connected, state-run health service, you have this huge advantage of data collection. And as I understand it, it's not just limited to individual countries in the Nordic regions, they're all getting together and sharing data, cooperation across the Nordic countries. They call it the Nordic Healthcare Data Exchange Program, I guess you all know about it. And it just strikes me as the most amazing gold mine. KPMG, they recently produced this Global Health Systems Transparency Index in 36 countries. It's not a very good slide, but around the world, there's 32 countries, not just the Nordics. The average transparency within health systems, it's 55% globally, but Denmark, which is number 1, is at 74%. And then the next 4, you can't really see it here, but the next 4 most transparent connected are Finland, Sweden, and Norway, top 4 places. Interesting, the UK was 5th. It was nice to hear from the gentleman with the gold medal that the UK health system still has some meaning in the world. But, you know, Scandinavians, well done, pat yourselves on the back. It's brilliant. But actually, none of this really came as a surprise to me, to hear how great you are. I've worked for many years writing about the Scandinavians and the societies, and I've kind of come to think of you all as exceptional. You may not feel it here on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, but you know, you're rich, you're good looking, you've got a great sense of humour, which is really lucky for me. You have amazing work-life balance. Your governments are transparent, relatively free from corruption. Democracies functions, people participate. And this is amazing stuff, globally seen, especially in 2019. You You know, the Danes, they like to tell everyone they're the happiest people in the world. I don't think they are at the moment. I think it's Finland. Go figure. Swedes, you still manufacture stuff and sell it to the world. I don't know how you pull that off. Norwegians, of course, are absurdly rich, which also makes you absurdly happy. So you know it if you met a Norwegian, they're not so obviously happy. And the Icelanders, as we've heard, amazing resilience and creativity. But my book started off just to try and explain to Brits and Americans who these weird, dysfunctional family tribes are in relationships. Because there's still such a huge ignorance about you in America, as anywhere in the world, right? I was very ignorant. Before I moved to Denmark and married a Danish woman, I barely knew where Denmark was. And when I travel, I still get asked this, oh, is that the capital of Sweden, or is it part of Holland? That's mostly by Americans, but still, even relatively smart, well-educated, worldly people still have this perception of all 5 Nordic tribes as this big homogenous group of people. You all have beards, you wear chunky knitwear, you recycle everything that stands still for 5 minutes, and recycle everything. Right? That's how we think. That's how I think of you. But I became really fascinated by the differences, the diversity. What a Norwegian thinks of a Dane, how a Swede is different from a Finn. This is a bit of a cliche, but this kind of thing. And then as I was writing the book, I realised I also had to explain this amazing cultural wave that's come from this part of the world for the last 10 years. The new Nordic food, all those krimis, dogma film, the design, the architecture, but also this social exceptionalism. Why Finland has the best education system in the world, apart from Singapore, they don't really count, but for a proper country. Why Swedes are just so annoyingly good at everything. How the Danes how can they be so happy when, have you seen the weather today? Do you know how much they pay in taxes? But they're happy, right? But of course I soon realised why these countries are so successful, and perhaps the most valuable superpower of all, that you have, the universal superpower common to all of the Nordics, is the high level of trust in society. The Scandinavians are the most trusting and the most trusted people in the world. I mean, let's not get carried away. I was asked the other day on the British radio programme, is it true you don't lock your bicycles in Copenhagen because it's so, no crime? No. Unless you lose your bike and claim the insurance or something. But you do have the highest interpersonal trust ratings in the world. This is Transparency, Corruption, Perceptions Index. Okay, New Zealand had gate crashed a bit recently, but look at the top 10. You're all in there in the top 10. Now, trust is really hoogly. You leave your baby sleeping outside in -10 outside the cafe while you're sitting there having a cigarette. That's really nice. But this trust has direct economic benefits as well. In terms of intercorporate relations, transaction costs are minimised. You don't need to involve lawyers or contracts quite to the degree that, look at the waste on legal fees for companies in America or France, where no one trusts anyone, and increasingly in the UK as well. And then compare it. The classic example is the Danish wind turbine industry that grew up in the 70s. And it grew up because you had several companies and they were sharing their knowledge and information. That wouldn't have happened without that trust. And everyone benefits from trust in society. In schools and education, if you trust your teachers and lecturers, you learn more, you learn quicker. And I would imagine the health tech sector is the same, because in highly skilled jobs like pharma, tech, consultants, architecture, you have to trust people that they're earning their fees, because it's not so obvious what they're doing, especially consultants. No one quite knows what they're doing, so you have to trust them. But that's why so many foreign companies have their European base in Scandinavia or move here. But also trust helps boost social cohesion, how tilknul, the Danes would say, that society is. And one area where you can see this is in the membership of clubs and unions and associations and that kind of thing. And the Danes, I think the Swedes too, are world leaders in this. I've just written a piece for Monocle just about this, coming out next month. I went to visit 3 clubs for aiding that in Denmark. One was the board game club in a basement in Nørrebro, Brætspil club. It was all men, nerds. They were very sweet. And then there was another architecture appreciation club in Jutland. There is architecture to appreciate in Jutland, apparently. and a winter bathing club just up the coast here in Schlotterland, where they break the ice in the winter to go in. Absolutely insane. But the number one thing that I learned from this, it didn't matter what they were doing. The fact that they were just gathering to do something was really, really vital for that kind of cohesion and for health and mental health. And Scandinavians, you may not know it, but you're world champions at this kind of thing. And there's another benefit from Foreningsdanmark, as they call it, that it seems to me from the outside, especially coming from an English point of view, what it does is it gathers people together regardless of class or income, which is really quite unusual. There'll be a company director or a librarian, a social worker, whatever, and they'll all meet every Wednesday to play hockey or handball or do bookbinding or whatever, across class differences. And this enhances, again, it makes you better to do business with, it makes you better communicators when you meet at Øyhøjt. So that's the good news, right? That Øyhøjt thing, the bad news is that the service in restaurants is appalling. But, as I say, I often get asked to be the bad guy at these kind of things, so I'm going to start the engine running and open the door. I'll just say this. Your social skills, fantastic when you're together, doesn't really work in a globalized world. You need to polish those up a bit. And this is something which is, I know as an Englishman, we have this baroque, extreme, weird sense of manners and decorum, which doesn't function either. But I really struggle, and a lot of foreigners struggle when they come to Scandinavia. All Scandinavians, not just the Danes, you're very blunt, you're very direct, sometimes a bit too blunt to the point of rudeness. With Danes, they're almost proud of it, right? You're not so good at saying please, thank you, or especially sorry. The other day I was on the ferry to Fenu, waiting for the ferry, and someone drove into the back of my car. And we both got out, and she came and she looked at the light that she'd smashed on the back of my car, and she said, well, that's broken then. I was so sorry. And then I was in Netto the other day at the shop stand. He literally dropped a mango on my head. He looked at me and he said, no, I dropped a mango on your head. To be clear, in England, we apologise if someone else steps on our foot in the underground. The other day I was in London last week actually, and as a little mental thing, I wanted to count how many pleases and thank yous there were in a simple transaction buying a newspaper. It was 13. Thank you. Oh no, please, excuse me, thank you. It was absurd. But you go into Sweden and they prefer total silence. You don't want to say anything. But you can just be a little bit too direct. If you ask a Scandinavian what they thought of your book, they will tell you what they thought of your book. Even if you don't ask them, they'll probably tell you. Scandinavia, you don't feel the need to embellish and pack things in any kind of politeness. But in seriousness, it can seem a little bit immature to Americans and outsiders. I mean, fair enough, I'm English, we almost never say what we mean. We're not lying all the time, but we live on an island and we have done for a long time, so it's just better just not to say anything really. So the communication means virtually nothing in England, hence Brexit. But if you ask an Englishman how was your holiday or how are you feeling, they'll just tell you everything's fine, nice. If you ask a Swede, even if the hotel was a building site and they got a terrible stomach bug, they go, oh, it was fine, it's lovely. If you ask a Swede, they'll tell you, they'll tell you in detail about that stomach bug and its after effects. And if just to finish up, if you meet an English person or a family on holiday and you get along fine for a week and it's like, they say, oh, if next time you're in London, you must come and see us. This absolutely does not mean you should come and see them in London. You may be thinking, oh, next time I go and see the Arsenal, I'll go and see Bill and his family, they were so nice. No, you're very much mistaken. Hey, you must drop by, in no sense means you should drop by. It actually means the opposite. If an English person really wants you to drop by, they will invite you. Anyway, thank you for inviting this Englishman along today, and good luck with the rest of you.
That was your government, wasn't it?
Yes, that's the government. We're so proud.
Suspended government. Thank you so much, Michael, for those enlightening words and perspectives. I actually just a question before you leave. So, We talked about the British people having the piping on the outside of the houses. We just
On the
touched-
outside.
Yes, yes, and we touched on it. Someone mentioned it, and I actually brought it up, and I thought it was quite fun to mention it to my brother-in-law actually, and he said, "Yeah, well, that's brilliant." Why? In what way is it brilliant? I said, well, if it freezes, it's much easier to fix. And we think that is hilarious in Sweden. But you might think that's a matter of philosophy, isn't it?
Well, I think you're on a much better angle of attack if you go for the mixer tap thing. Why we still have separate taps? We don't know. Ask it if you want to confuse an Englishman. You say, why do you still have separate taps? Why don't you mix them? You know, they don't have an answer for that.
You can mix them in your. Yeah,
In the face.
The face. Yeah, okay. That's a good one. I've never.
It's on weak spot.
We'll remember that, and don't go visiting if they invite you. I was on my way actually to.
You're always welcome.
Okay. Thank you again, Michael Booth. We've come to close the day, and we are actually only reflections away from a closing party. So back on the stage, Marianne and Fredrik, please. What has been going on here today? Do you each have a mic?
Yeah,
There's one.
Speak up loud.
No,
It's late now, so
There's one.
a quick wrap up, I think. What do you say?
Fredrik's online. Marianne is not.
Yeah,
now you are. So, Fredrik, first, you were
down in the basement.
You were away for a while
Yes,
in
yes.
your expensive jacket.
Yeah.
Doing money things.
So what happened? I mean,
Yes.
some of you were there. It was pretty crazy. It was I would say like a dinner party without tables and no food. We're just forced to talk to like random people for 5 minutes, and then me saying, "No, it's time to move on. We have to move on." But in the end, I think we managed to have at least 200 meetings altogether. If I remember correctly. So and hopefully some of these meetings will lead to further discussions, because it was really noisy and hard to get to know each other there. So hopefully you guys will meet again.
200 meetings. How much money?
Yeah, we'll have to talk to the investors about that.
Okay.
And, so let's ask Patrik just in a way how you use this and if there were any transactions.
Absolutely, 40 million euros
Oh,
on the table downstairs. No, just a reflection from my end. First of all, thanks once again for inviting me to this great day. And 3 years in a row I have attended. And it's brilliant to see all the HealthTech startups in all countries. I think more of these pan-Nordic initiatives. I'm also curious about the next speed dating. I mean, now we were on train paths. I'm curious about what will happen next when you throw this type of event. So that was a very efficient way to get to know a lot of startups, and also actually to get to know a lot of other investors. So I steal the show and say thank you, and hope there is another 3 years coming.
Are you saying that you're looking forward to new formats of speed dating, or are you getting into the speed dating thing and just want to
You're
see...
the innovators.
Oh, I see, yeah, well, I think it can turn into a fetish, that speed dating thing. Beware. So Fredrik, are you happy with the investor track?
Yes, I am. It was quick and dirty and fast. So I mean, this format is kind of like the more meetings the merrier, and I think that's the way to do it for us right now. Then they can continue the discussion afterwards, and hopefully we'll have even more international investors next time. So we'll have to work on that a bit.
Okay.
But I'm really happy.
Good, Marianne. What is your takeaway from the day, and what you just stunned? Are you?
So yes, at the risk of being recycled in a few seconds, I just would like to say that my general takeaway is this about trust, actually, because I think that we benefit from being trusting each other. So we've heard a lot of people talking about things that they've been working on heavily to discover themselves and then sharing their insights. That's really generous. And also the partners, like when you hear Ekaterina, When they develop things that they do, they want to do it on a Nordic level, so we use their programs to Canada. We use the Sahlgrenska Science Park program to the UK, etc., etc. We use our own history, background, our skills, and share it with each other. That's part of the sharing and the trust that I really think this all builds on. I just hope it becomes productive as well.